Chapter 20 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Empty House. Markham stood for a moment watching the white plume of Olga Tcherny's huge straw hat until it nodded its way out of sight. Then he turned back just in time to note a disturbance of the canvas barrier, from under which, her slouch hat pushed down over her ears, her gray coat hiding her finery, Hermia breathlessly emerged. "I've never had such a fright since I was born," she laughed nervously. "She won't come back?" "I think not." He helped her to her feet. "It's lucky you weren't in the roulotte." "Not luck, forethought. I knew she'd never be content until she'd seen the inside of that wagon. She expected to find me there." "You? She saw you outside?" "No. I'll take my oath on that. You see, I saw her first. But she expected to find me there just the same. I can't tell you why. A woman guesses these things. I watched her. She's a deep one." She laughed again. "I wouldn't have her find me here for anything in the world." She suddenly laid her hand on his arm. "Philidor, we must go on at once." "But you're tired." "I'd be in a worse plight if I were identified by Olga." He paused a moment and then, pointing to the dressing tent, turned swiftly and went out, examining the street between the booths, and then, with a pretense of looking to the fastening of the uprights, carelessly made the round outside the barrier. An atmosphere of peace pervaded the encampment, and an odor of cooking food. The crowd had scattered, and of Olga or Olga's party he saw nothing. A wail went up in the dressing tent when Hermia announced her decision. What should Cleofonte do without her? It was she who attracted the crowds, the eloquence of Monsieur Philidor which drew them within the arena. Never in their lives had the Fabiani family enjoyed such success, and now that the Signor and Signora should go, it was unthinkable, unbelievable. Cleofonte could not permit it. But Yvonne was obdurate. There were reasons. The Signor would understand that, which made this decision inevitable. They must go at once, as soon as the night had fallen. The first shock over, Cleofonte clasped his hands over his knees and stared gloomily at the tent flap. If the Signora could have stopped in Alençon but 2 days more, he, Cleofonte, would have paid 10 francs a performance, anything to keep them there. Signora Fabiani moved silently about her tasks, but her eyes were deep with wisdom. What she was thinking, Philidor knew not, nor did Yvonne set the matter straight. It was necessary to go, that was all. It was very sad and made Yvonne unhappy, but she had, unfortunately, no choice in the matter. When it was clearly to be seen that the decision was unalterable, Cleofonte jingled his bag of coppers and sighed. Luigi scowled at vacancy, and Stella unreservedly wept. "We could have made 2,000 francs," muttered Cleofonte. "More than that," said Luigi the Silent. 3,000. "There will be no longer pleasure in the Descargas when the music ceases to play," sobbed Stella. Yvonne put her arms around the child and kissed her gently. "We shall meet again soon, cara mia." "I know. In heaven," cried Stella, refusing to be comforted. "We shall find you again, child. Never fear," said Yvonne. Stella's eyes brightened. "Then you will return?" Yvonne patted her cheek softly. "Have I not said I will see you again, carissima?" she finished. After supper Philidor went forth and bought supplies which were packed securely upon Clarissa, together with Philidor's knapsack and other personal belongings. Hermia changed her gay apparel for a shirt waist and dark skirt, and when dusk fell, after a reconnaissance by Luigi, the back of the canvas barrier was raised and the trio quietly departed and were swallowed up in the shadows of a back street. The weather so far still favored them, but the night was murky and high overhead the clouds were flying fast. Their road, and they chose the first one which led them forth of the town, wound up between a row of hedges and pollard trees to an eminence from which, when they paused for breath, they had a view of the lights of the town. The manege whirled and the barrel organ still wheezed its thin thread of sound across the still air. The Homme Sauvage was roaring again, and the deep voice of Cleofonte, their late partner and companion, was heard at intervals in his familiar plaint. There was a fascination in the lights and in the medley of noises, each of which had come to possess an interest and a personality, for behind them were the pale road and the inhospitable darkness. "It seems a pity to leave them," said Hermia, thinking of Stella, "when we were doing so well. I shall regret the roulotte." John Markham smiled. "It's time we were moving then," he said. "Your true vagabond wants no roots, even in a roulotte, nor regrets anything." "I can't forgive Olga for this. I consider her most intrusive, impertinent." Markham laid warning fingers upon her arm. A moment ago, on the hill below them, a man's figure had been in silhouette against the lights. At the sound of their voices it had suddenly disappeared. They stood in silence for a moment, watching, but the figure did not reappear. "That was curious. I was mistaken, perhaps," said Markham. "Come, we must go on." They turned their backs resolutely to the light, and in a moment had passed over the brow of the hill and were alone under the wan light of the darkening heavens. They had not traveled by night before, and the obscurity closed in upon them, shrouded in mystery. But as they emerged from beneath the trees, their eyes became accustomed to the darkness, and they followed the road cheerfully enough, determined to put as many kilometers as possible between themselves and the threatening white plume of Olga Tcherny, which seemed in the last few hours to have achieved an appalling significance. At first Markham had been disposed to laugh at Hermia's fears. What reason in the world could Olga have had to suspect Hermia's share in his innocent pilgrimage? Of his own tastes she had of course been ready to believe anything, and he had had ample proof that she thoroughly disapproved of his present mode of living. Nor was that a matter which could affect a great deal their personal relations, which were already strained to the point of tolerance. But as to his companion, that was another affair. He had never understood the intuitions of women and thought them more often shrewd guesswork in which they were as likely to be wrong as right. But the more he considered what Hermia had said to him, the more definite became the impression that Olga Tcherny had fallen upon some clue to Hermia's whereabouts, that she had expected to find her, as Hermia had said, in Cleofonte's house wagon. He knew something of Olga and had a wholesome respect for her intelligence. If it was to her interest to prove Hermia his companion on this mad pilgrimage, it was clearly to Hermia's interest to prove her own non-existence. As Hermia had suggested, her intrusiveness was impertinent, and Markham mentally added the adjectives ruthless and indecent. He had been almost ready to add vengeful, but could not really admit, even to himself, that she had anything to be vengeful about. Whatever Hermia's further thoughts upon the subject, for the present she kept them to herself. They walked along as rapidly as Clarissa's gait would allow, for the tiny beast, never precipitate at the best of times, found the darkness little to her liking, and pattered along with evident reluctance, mindful of the truss of hay, only half eaten, which she had left under Cleofonte's hospitable lights. At a turn in the road, Markham determined to verify his suspicions of a while ago, and accordingly drew Clarissa among some bushes, and, stick in hand, awaited the approach of the shadow which he was sure still hung upon their trail. Distant objects were dimly discernible, and Markham had almost decided that he had been mistaken when the crackling of a twig at no great distance advised him that in the shadow of the hedge someone was approaching. He remained quiet until a man slowly emerged from the shadows, when he stepped quickly out of his hiding place and confronted him. Markham's 6 feet were menacing, and his pursuer stopped in his tracks, eyeing Markham's stick, undecided as to whether it were the best policy to face the thing out or take to his heels. As Markham's legs were longer than his, he chose the former and made a brave enough show of indifference, though his tongue wagged uncertainly. "Bonsoir, monsieur," he stammered. "Il fait beau." But Markham was in no mood to pass compliments upon the weather. "What are you following me for?" he growled. "Follow you, monsieur? I do not comprehend," said the man. "I'll aid your understanding, then. You followed us up the hill out of Alençon. I saw you. Well, here I am. What do you want?" "The roads of the Loire are free," he answered sullenly, gaining courage. "Perhaps they are, but no man with honest business slinks along the hedges. You go your way, do you hear?" "The roads of France are free," the man muttered again. Markham quickly struck a match, and before the man could turn away, had looked into his face. He wore the cap and blouse of a chauffeur, and his legs were encased in the black puttees of his craft. Olga's ambassador was unworthy of her. "Well, you go back to those who sent you here and say with the compliments of Monsieur Philidor that the roads of the Perche are dangerous after dark. I've every right to break your head, and if I meet you again I'll do it. Comprenez?" The man eyed Markham's stick dubiously again, and then, with a glance toward the pair in the bushes, silently walked away. They watched him until he was lost in the shadows of the trees. "You see," said Markham, "I was right, but I can't understand it.
Why should Olga?"
Hermia was laughing softly.
"Don't tell me you're as stupid as that."
He took Clarissa by the halter and led the way into the road again.
"What do you mean?"
he asked slowly.
"I mean, mon ami, that you have aroused in Olga's breast a dangerous emotion. She decided some time ago to marry you. Didn't you know that? It's quite true. She told me so."
"Told you?"
"Not in words. Oh, no. Olga never tells anything important to anyone. But she told me so just the same. I know."
"Nonsense. She's a coquette. I've always understood that. But to marry—"
"Precisely that. Nothing else. She's madly in love with you, my poor friend. She has never failed to bring a man to her feet when she made up her mind to. The deduction is obvious."
There was no need of daylight to see the expression on her companion's face. Hermia could read it in the dark.
"What you say is highly unimportant," he said with attempt at a smile. "And because she desires to make me her husband, she employs persons to follow me along the byways of France?"
"Oh, no. Not to follow you, my friend. Me. You are merely the bone of contention. I am the impudent terrier who has interfered with the peace of her repast."
"Impossible. She doesn't even know you're out of Paris. How can she know?"
"Now you're delving into the intricacies of the feminine mind, an occupation to which you're as little suited as Clarissa. And she's a woman. You must take my word for it. Olga has often amazed me by the accuracy of her intuitions. I have imagined that where her own interests were involved, they would be nothing short of miraculous. She is quite as sure that I am your companion at the present moment as though she had seen me in the Signor Cleofonte's roulotte."
"Then if she's so sure," he asked with excellent logic, "why should she make so much bother about it?"
Hermia laughed.
"The mere fact that she is making a bother about it is significance in itself. She'll find me, if she can, and confront me with the damning fact of your presence in my society."
"And precious little good that would do her,"
he put in rather brutally.
"Or me," said Hermia gravely. "Hell hath no hatred," etc. You've spurned her, Philidor, in spirit if not in letter. Get her the chance and she will pillory me in the marketplace."
Markham went along in silence, his earlier impressions confirmed by argument, sure that the chance of discovery must be avoided at all hazards. A watch of the road had revealed no sign of the stealthy chauffeur, but that argued nothing. He was an obstinate little animal, evidently quite capable, since his discomfiture, of following the adventure through to its end. They must outmaneuver him. Presently Markham discovered what he had been looking for, a path hardly perceptible in the darkness, which led through the bushes and promised immunity. They followed it silently, pausing for a while to listen for sounds of pursuit, and at last, with minds relieved, if not quite certain, plodded on into the obscurity. They had entered, it seemed, an aisle of a forest which stretched darkly impenetrable on either side. Before them, blackness, darkness within dark, like a cave, a smell of dampness like a dungeon. The sky lightened for a moment and they saw the shape of leaves and tree fronds far above them, like a pattern on a carpet, a pattern which changed with elf-like witchery, for a wind had blown up and sounded about them with the roar of a distant sea, rising now and then in a mighty crescendo like the boom of a nearer wave upon the shore. The tree tops swayed and joined in the splendid diapason. Nature breathed deeply. Markham led the way, his hand upon Clarissa's bridle, peering along their slender trail, while Hermia, all her senses keenly alive to the witchery of the night, followed closely, casting timorous glances over her shoulder into the murky gloom in which she fancied she could discern the shapes of pursuers. Once, thinking she had heard a sound behind her, she caught Markham's arm, and they stopped breathless and listened. But they heard nothing in the rushing blackness but the complaint of an owl and the crash of a dead limb at a distance to their right. A drop of rain fell on Markham's hand. Their prospect was not pleasant. Markham struck a match under his coat and looked at his watch. It was 1 o'clock. They had been walking for 4 hours. He tried to focus his eyes upon the blackness. This path must lead somewhere. A shed even would serve them if it rained harder. The brief glimpse he had of Hermia's face showed it pale and dark-eyed, with a look he had never discovered in it before, not of fear, for fear he had begun to believe was foreign to her. The light had cut them off for a moment from the rest of the world, or rather had made more definite the little world of their own. But Hermia's eyes still peered over her shoulder, distended and alert. She was on the defensive, ready for headlong flight, like a naiad, startled. "I'm sorry, Hermia. You're dead tired, aren't you?" "Yes, I am a little," she said quietly. "We've traveled almost far enough. We must have come a mile at least into this forest. It seems limitless." He peered about, taking a few steps forward along the path, which widened here. The trees, too, were further apart, and a larger patch of the windy sky was visible. Hermia followed, guiding the donkey. They emerged into a glade, their road now well defined, and made out against the trees beyond a rectangular bulk of gray. Markham went forward more briskly, his spirits rising. Providence was kind to them. A house in France, he had discovered, meant hospitality. Tonight, at least, it meant a shelter from the rain, which now pattered crisply upon the dry leaves of a forgotten autumn. A small affair it was, a keeper's or a forester's lodge of 1 story only, with a small shed or stable at the side. There were no lights, but that was reasonable enough. French country folk made no pretense of entertaining visitors at such early hours of the morning. As they approached the building, the matter of its occupancy seemed open to question, for the closed windows stared blankly at the leaden sky. An eloquent shutter hung helplessly from its hinges, and weeds ranged riotously about the front door, near which a wooden bench lay overturned. While Hermia waited under a tree, Markham walked slowly around the house, returning presently with the information that its rear confirmed the impression of desertion. But to make the matter certain, he walked to the door and vigorously clanged the knocker. Hollow echoes, but no other sound. He knocked again. To his surprise, the door yielded to the touch of his shoulder and creakily opened. "We'll go in, I think," he laughed, and leaving the patient donkey for the moment to her fate, he led the way indoors. A match illumined for a moment the hallway, showing a ladder-like stair to a trap-door above, and then, sputtering faintly in the musty air, went out. Since matches were scarce, he deftly made a torch of a paper from his pocket, with better success. A brief glance into the room at their left showed signs of recent occupancy. His quick survey marked an oil lamp in the corner, which upon investigation proved to be in working order, so he lit it with the end of his expiring taper. The room was handsomely paneled in white. There was a couch in the corner, a rug upon the floor, and several easy chairs were drawn sociably toward the chimney breast. Along one wall was a gun rack, and in the center of the room a table with a litter of magazines, a box of cigars, a decanter of wine, and some glasses. Their appraisal concluded, they faced each other blankly. Then Markham laughed. "I wonder what's the punishment for poaching in France?" he said gaily. Hermia dropped wearily upon the couch. "I'm sure I don't know, or care in the least," she sighed. "I'll go to prison willingly in the morning if they'll only let me sleep now. I'm tired. I didn't know I could ever be so tired." Markham glanced at her and then quickly poured out a glass of wine, brought it to her, and in spite of her protests made her drink. "Stolen," she muttered between sips. "It's no less useful because of that," he said coolly, helping himself. "It's medicine for both of us. We've had 18 hours today. Salut, Yvonne. We'll pay for it some day." "To whom?" "To the chap who owns this lodge. A man of taste, a good Samaritan and a gentleman, if a mere vagabond may be a judge of Amontillado." He finished the glass at a gulp and set it upon the table. From her couch she watched him as he opened the windows and closed and fastened the shutters. Then he went outside and she heard him pottering around in the rain with Clarissa, undoing the pack and bringing it into the house, and leading the donkey off in the direction of the shed. "An excellent man, our host," he laughed from the doorway. "Clarissa is up to her ears in hay." He dripped with moisture and, mindful of the furniture, took off his coat and hat and shook them in the hall. "Now, child, we're snug. It's raining hard. No one would venture here in such a night. You must sleep at once." "What will you do?" she asked drowsily. "I'm perishing for a smoke. You don't mind, do you?" "Oh, no. But you must sleep, too. I'm very tired. Very." The words trailed off into mumbling, and before he could fill his pipe she was breathing deeply. He got up and laid her coat over her feet and then stood beside her, his soul in his eyes, watching. "Poor little Madcap," he whispered. "Mad little, sad little Madcap." He bent over her tenderly with a longing to smooth away the tired lines at her eyes with caresses, to take her in his arms and soothe her with gentleness. She seemed very small, very slender, too small, too childish to have raised such a tempest in the deeper currents of his spirit, and he groped forward, his fingers trembling for the touch of her. He straightened with a sigh. He could not, and he knew it, for she trusted him, and trust in him was her defense. a valiant one even against his tenderness. It had always been one of the hardest burdens he had to bear. He watched her a while longer, then turned away and sank into a chair by the table, soberly lit his pipe and smoked. His eyes roving, there were colored prints upon the wall, well chosen ones of deer and fox hunters in full chase. Upon the table an ash tray of satsuma ware and several books. He took up the one nearest him, a volume on big game hunting, and turned the pages idly. Their unconscious and unwilling host took his sport seriously, it seemed. He dropped the book upon his knees, and as he did so it fell open at the flyleaf, upon which in a feminine scrawl a name was inscribed. He read it with surprise and concern. Madeleine de Cahors, Olga Tcherny's Norman friend, who lived Alençon. What a dolt he was! This was the forest of Écouves, or a part of it, and in the night he had come into the preserve of the wealthy Marquis, Olga's friends, and Olga. A fine escape he had made of it, into the very sphere of the Countess Tcherny's activities. The chateau must be near here, at the most not more than a few kilometers distant. He was a clodpate, nothing less, for with all the Loire to choose from, he had stumbled blindly into the one path that led to danger. What was to be done? He got to his feet stealthily and went through the lodge. A dining room, kitchen, and pantry upon the other side of the hallway, deserted, but like the living room, giving signs of recent use. He opened the door and looked out. The shadows of the forest were barely discernible through the driving rain. It was a boisterous night, its inclemency heightened when viewed from the shelter of this friendly roof, one which must defy their sleuth, the chauffeur, had he had the temerity or the stealth to follow them through the forest. Markham watched for a while, nevertheless, and then, satisfied that for the night at least they were safe from discovery, returned to the living room and dropped into his chair, determining to sit and listen a while, and then, perhaps, take a few hours of sleep. There was nothing else to be done. His companion was beyond moving, unless he carried her, and this, he knew in his present condition, could not be far. Tomorrow morning they must be abroad early and make their way at top speed out of the forest, trusting to the luck that had so far favored them to bring them out of harm's way. It was curious, though, the way Olga had persisted in his thoughts. Marry him! Incredible! Had she not taken the pains so long ago to make him understand that marriage was the last thing in the world she would ever think of again? Their agreement on the fundamentals of independence had been one of their strongest ties. That kiss in Hermia's rose garden meant nothing to Olga or to him. An accident, physical only, the possibility of which their former agreements had unfortunately not foreseen. Hermia was mistaken, that was all. And yet, why this pursuit? It all seemed a little too deep for his comprehension at the present moment. His mind groped for lucidity, failed, and then was blank. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Nemesis. The storm had blown itself out in the night, and the sun came blithely up, awaking the forest to its orisons. The oaks dripped jewels, and the black pines lifted their gilded spires above the clearing and nodded solemnly to the rosy east. The sun climbed higher, and a thin pall of vapor roamed up the hillside from the gorges of the stream and sought the open sky. Nature had wept out the gusts of her passion, and her smiles were the more beautiful through the vestiges of her tears. The sunlight was spattered lavishly among the shadows, glowing with a lambent light in the hidden places under shrub and thicket, and dancing madly on leaf and bough. There was mischief in the air, and it took but a little flight of the fancy to conjure Pan and his nymphs gambolling about the sleeping house of the vagabonds. Morning had importuned their shudders long before Markham awoke and gazed with startled eyes at the diagonal bar of orange light which cut the obscurity of their hiding place. Then, rubbing his eyes, he stumbled to his feet and stared at his watch. It was 9 o'clock. Hermia still slept, huddled under her overcoat, one rosy cheek pillowed on her open palm, her tumbled hair flooding riotously about her shoulders. Markham stopped a moment to gaze at her again, but she stirred under his look, so he moved quickly away to the door and peered cautiously out, searching the forest with eager eyes. Gaining courage, he went out, making the round of the house with eyes and ears intent. There was much ado among the treetops and a scurrying of four-footed among the underbrush, but of two-footed things he saw nothing. He fetched a pail of water for Clarissa and was in the act of entering the house when a gun cracked sharply at some distance on his left. The forest stopped to listen with him for a full moment as the echoes went bounding among the rocks, and then a whirring of wings, great and small, hither and yon, announced that there were other vagabonds as startled as he. 2 more shots, this time in the distance behind him, followed quickly by a startling noise close at hand. Clarissa, her whole soul in the note, was incontinently braying. It was an unearthly sound and an unfamiliar one, for never in the smooth course of their acquaintance had she been guilty of such an indiscretion. He hurried to the shed, but before he reached the door she ceased, and when he entered regarded him with a wistful eye of recrimination which forestalled his reproaches. After all, she was only an ass. The damage, if damage there was, had already been done. In grave doubt as to his own immediate course, he hurried to the lodge, where he found Hermia sitting wide-eyed upon her couch, fearfully awaiting him. "What on earth has happened, Philidor?" she asked. "Oh, nothing," he laughed. "Our host is abroad with a shotgun. Clarissa objects and is so much of an ass that she can't hold her tongue about it." She smiled and got to her feet. "I must have slept." "Precisely 7 hours. It's 9:30. We must be off at once. By the back door, if there is one." "Are they coming this way?" "I didn't stop to inquire. They're near enough at any rate." "We could explain, couldn't we? I mean about the storm and the door being open." "Hardly. This shooting lodge, my child, this forest, too, is the property of the de Cahors. See?" And he showed her the book. "Oh, Philidor, what shall we do?" "Get out at once. They mustn't see you at any cost. If they come, you must take to the bushes. And meet me in Hauterire. It's a case of the devil take the hindmost being me,
and the devil being " He paused significantly.
Olga, do you think she can be shooting too?
He shrugged. "She's quite apt to be doing precisely that," he said shortly.
Hermia flew to the window and, unlatching the shutter, peered timidly forth. Markham heard her gasp and looked over her shoulder through the aperture. "Olga," she whispered in dismay. There in the path to the deep wood, smartly attired in gaiters, a short skirt, and alpine hat, her shotgun in the hollow of her arm, was Nemesis. She came up the path at a leisurely gait and stopped not 100 feet away, her head held upon one side, smiling and carelessly surveying the premises. Hermia shrank back and huddled down upon the couch. "Oh, Philidor, we're lost." But he caught her by the shoulder and hurried her out into the hall. "Up the ladder quickly. It's our only chance. There's a window in the gable and a trellis. I saw it a while ago. You must go that way. When I get her inside, we'll meet at Hauterire. Leave the rest to me." And while she went up, he returned to the living room, removed the most obvious traces of Hermia's presence, and as the trap door was slid down into its place, dropped into the nearest armchair, feigning slumber. He heard Olga's footsteps as she prowled around the house, and deluded himself for a moment with the thought that she had gone on, when suddenly he saw her poking at the shutters, which she finally pressed open with the butt end of her shotgun, filling the room with sunlight and revealing the prostrate Markham, who started up in dismay which needed little simulation. "Good morning, Philidor," she said quite pleasantly.
"Olga!"
"Did you sleep well? What a sluggard you are! Behold the aunt. Learn her ways and do likewise."
He rose and through the window offered her his hand, but she waved him off with the point of her gun.
"Not so fast, my young friend,"
she cried, her eyes meanwhile swiftly searching the room. "You're a poacher. Will you surrender?"
"By all means, at discretion, if you'll please not keep pointing that plaguey thing."
She raised a tiny silver object suspended around her neck by a silver chain.
"Don't you know that it's my duty to my host to whistle for the keepers to come and take you before the magistrate?"
"Of course. Whistle away."
"But I'm not going to. At least, not yet. I want to talk to you first. I'm coming in with your permission."
"Charmed," he said with a gaiety he was far from feeling. He opened the door with a fine flourish. "It's always easy to be hospitable at somebody else's expense," he said.
She entered without ceremony, gun in hand, her eyes, under lowered lids, shifting indolently yet missing nothing, the pack on the floor, the tumbled couch, and Markham's familiar pipe.
"Quite handsome, I'd say. The Count always had an eye for the picturesque."
She made the round of the lower floor, carelessly observant of its arrangement, while Markham followed her, his ears straining for the sounds of Hermia's escape. "Are your friends coming here?" he asked. Olga poked the muzzle of her gun into a cupboard.
"Not unless I whistle for them, monsieur," she said slowly. "They're below me to the left. We have rendezvous at the lower lodge. Lucky, isn't it?"
Markham's eye lit hopefully.
"I am, it seems, completely at your mercy," he laughed.
He preceded her into the living room, and in doing so failed to note the brief pause she made beside the stairs to the loft, upon the steps of which, and upon the floor beneath them, plainly to be seen, were a number of small particles of mud. broken and dried. Nor did he see the quick smile of triumph replace the puzzled look with which she had pursued her investigations. She followed him in and with a sigh of content dropped into a chair by the fireplace, crossing her knees and leisurely lighting a cigarette.
"Enfin," she laughed. "Here we are again, thou and I, Monsieur le Philosophe."
He shrugged. "At your pleasure," he replied. She examined his face a moment before she went on, and then softly,
"Why did you run away from me last night? You did, you know, Philidor, or you wouldn't be here."
He hesitated a moment. "I was afraid you'd insist on my joining your house party." She cast a glance around the room and laughed.
"It seems you've already done so."
A mistake. I was going to camp in the woods, but it came on to rain. The door of this house was unlatched, so I walked in, and here I am."
"Reasonable enough. It did rain, I remember. And weren't you lonely here?"
"Oh, no," he said easily. "I was asleep."
"And I woke you. What a pity."
"I'm sure I'm delighted. If you don't lead me to the Chateau de Cahors or the magistrate."
"What alternatives! One would think, John Markham, that you were really an enemy of society."
"Society with the small s I am. I'm never less alone than when by myself."
"Which means that two is a crowd? Thanks. I shall tear myself away in a moment, but not until—"
"Don't be foolish, Olga," he whispered. "You know that can't mean you."
"I don't know,"
she murmured wistfully in a low, even voice, her gaze on the andirons.
"You've surely given me no reasons to believe that you cared for my society. I wrote you twice from New York, once from Paris and once from Trouville, and you've only deigned me one reply. Such a reply, with comments upon the weather, upon which I was fully informed, and a hope that we might meet in October in New York. It was sweet of you, John, when I came to Europe expressly to see you."
"Me?" He rose, walked the length of the room and glanced anxiously out of the window. "Impossible," he said, then turned and stood by the mantel, his back toward the door, his voice tensely subdued. "See here, Olga, don't you think it's about time that you stopped making fun of me? That you and I understood each other? For some reason, after a few years of acquaintance, you've suddenly discovered that I amuse you. Why, I don't know. I'm not your sort. Not the sort of man you'd find worth your while in the long run, and you know it. And I don't propose to be caught in your silken mesh, my dear, to be left to dry in the sun when you find some other specimen more to your liking." Olga laughed silently, her head away from him, and Markham, after a quick glance over his shoulder, went on whispering. "I gave you my friendship freely, unreservedly, but you weren't satisfied with that. Hardly. You wanted me to be in love with you. There's no doubt of it," he laughed. "Oh, anyone else would have done as well, but I happened along at a favorable time, on the backswing of the pendulum. It hurt your pride, I think, that one of my Arcadian simplicity should fail to droop where others, more sophisticated, had fallen swiftly. Perhaps I, too, might have fallen if you hadn't warned me that you had no heart. You did me that kindness." He stopped, listening. Olga's ears, too, were alert for a sound.
a tiny sound of no more volume than that which might have been made by a mouse that had come from overhead.
"But you grew weary of that," he went on quietly. "You wanted something to happen. Your reputation was at stake. It was time for a psychological crisis of sorts, and so you arranged it in a rose garden."
Olga had stopped smiling now, and her brows were narrowing painfully. "You have no right to speak to me so," she murmured.
"It's true," he finished. "You didn't play fair, and you know it."
She bent forward, her elbows on her knees, her gaze on the ashes. "You hurt me, John," she whispered, scarcely audibly.
"You hurt me terribly."
His eyes searched her keenly. Her head drooped to her fingers, which pressed her temples nervously. If he had not known her so well he would have almost been ready to believe her contrition genuine, but in a moment she straightened. "You advise me not to hope that?" she murmured with a laugh.
Doubt fled. She was mocking him. Her very presence mocked him. The rafters saw his discomfiture, though the attic heard not.
Was Hermia gone? He fidgeted his feet, listening. Olga was really
intolerable. "Oh, what's the use?" he muttered. "The humor's out of the thing."
A change, subtle and undefined, came over his visitor's expression. She rose imperturbably and walked about, fingering things, reaching at last the bookcase next to the corridor, and slowly abstracted a volume, turning its leaves idly, and facing the door, spoke with perilous distinctness. "It's charming here, mon ami," she said gaily. "If I had sent for you, things could not have been more agreeably arranged. It is so long since we've met, and I've missed you dreadfully. It mustn't happen again, mon cher." She lowered the book and leaned against the door jamb dreamily. "You shall remain here en vagabond," she went on, "and I will visit you, bringing you crumbs from the rich men's table, which we will enjoy à deux. It will remind us of those days at Compiègne, those long days of sunshine and delight, of the moonlit Oise and the tiny auberge at La Croix among the beeches, which even the motorists hadn't yet discovered. But even La Croix is not more secluded than this. This lodge is seldom used. No one shall know, not even Madeleine de Cahors." Markham listened dumbly at first, in incomprehension and then in amazement. He had never been in Compiègne with Olga or anyone else. And La Croix, what was she talking about? Her purpose came to him slowly, and with the revelation anger. He covered the distance between them in a step. "Silence," he whispered, aware of the trap door about their very ears. She smiled up into his face sweetly. "I suppose you'll be denying next that you were ever in Compiègne."
"I do."
"Or that you would have married me last summer if I
Olga!
If I hadn't been wise enough."
"You're mad."
She drew back from him, her eyes wide, but she had no reply. He took one step toward her and then stopped, impotent before her frailness, his glance wavering toward the door into the loft, which mutely stared at him. Hermia would have gone by now. She must have gone. The way had been clear for 20 minutes. He looked away, and then, since there seemed nothing else to do, he laughed. But Olga didn't seem to hear him. She was fingering the shotgun which lay beside her on the table. "Mad? Perhaps I am," she said with slow distinctness. "Though you're the last one in the world who should tell me so." She picked up the weapon, and before he had really guessed what she was about, calmly discharged one of its barrels out of the window.
The noise was deafening, and the silence which followed freighted with importance. A scraping of feet overhead, a rattle of loose hinges, and a frightened face at the aperture. Olga Tcherny turned, took a step or two into the doorway, glanced upward, and then let her astonished gaze fall on Markham, who was peering up, imploring mutely.
"You and Hermia!"
This from Olga, who had recovered her speech with difficulty.
"What does it mean, John?"
But John Markham thrust his hands deep into his pockets and turned his back.
"What does it mean?"
she repeated distinctly.
"You and Hermia here? I hardly understand."
But Markham, looking out of the end window, shrugged his shoulders, refusing to reply. He was fuddled with misery, bewildered by the turn of events which were quite beyond his management. Another long pause, during which he was conscious that Hermia, her dignity in jeopardy, was descending the ladder, and now faced their visitor, a fugitive smile upon her lips, pale but quite composed. "Hello, Olga," he heard her say. The Countess Tcherny's gaze traveled over her from head to heel, the gaze of one who looks at a person one has never seen before. She looked long, but replied not. Then her chin was lowered quickly the fraction of an inch, after which she raised the gun, broke it, and threw out the shell from the still smoking barrel.
"Stupid of me, wasn't it?" she said coolly. "I forgot it was loaded."
"It's lucky you didn't hurt yourself," said Hermia.
"Isn't it? How dreadful, Hermia, if I had peppered the trap door."
"I rather think you did," said Hermia. She walked across the fireplace with a queer laugh.
"Well, you've brought down the game. Now whistle for your dogs."
Olga's face was quite serious.
"I'm sure that I don't in the least know what you're talking about. Your presence is surprising enough."
Hermia looked defiance.
"Is it? Why? You've outwitted me. I'm simply acknowledging the fact. John Markham and I have been traveling together for a week, as you perceive, en vagabond. We like it. It's most amusing. Indiscreet? Perhaps. If so, I'll take the consequences. Can I say more?"
Olga's smile came slowly, with difficulty. The bravado of fear or of indifference? She had never really measured weapons with Hermia.
"I'm the last person in the world whose censure you need fear, my dear," she said suavely.
"I don't fear it," said Hermia promptly.
"I'm quite sure I'd rather have had you find me out than anyone I know."
Bravado again.
"I'm glad, darling,"
Olga purred.
"It's sweet of you to say so. I don't mean that I wanted to be discovered. If I had, I shouldn't have fled from the roulotte of the Fabiani family yesterday when you were looking for me. You traced us from Alençon, of course." "I? Why should I follow you?" "I haven't the slightest idea, unless your conversation a moment ago with John Markham explains it." "You heard that?" "Oh, yes. Didn't you want me to? I'm not deaf, but you needn't be at all worried about it."
She paused and brushed the dust of the loft from her coat sleeve.
"You know, Olga, I don't believe it. Any of it."
Olga smiled sagely, but Markham, who all this while had been standing like a figure of wax, now showed signs of animation. "It was all a joke, of course, Hermia," he began, moving forward. "Olga knows as well as I do that." But Hermia had waved him into silence.
"Let me finish," she insisted, and he paused. "I fancy the atmosphere needs clearing," she went on coolly, "and we may as well do it at once. As I remarked a few moments ago, I deny nothing, crave no indulgences, from you, Olga, or from anyone. I cry peccavi, but I want you to understand that I feel no regret. Even at the cost of this denouement, I should not hesitate to seek my freedom if I could find it with John Markham. I love him, and he, do let me finish, Philidor. He loves me. So there you are. There's nothing more to be said. What could one say?" Olga had reached the door, shrugging her shoulders very prettily. "Nothing, perhaps, except good day," she laughed. "It seems that I'm de trop. I'll go at once." At the door she paused. "You will be quite secure from interruption here to-day, I think. When you go, take to the forest to the northward, and you should get out in safety. This secret is delicious. When you are well out of harm's way, mes amis, I shall tell it in my best manner at the dinner table." She waved her hand and was gone. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Great Pan is dead. As she went out, Markham came forward, but Hermia waved him aside, and, going to the open window, stood silent, her head bent forward, her gaze fixed on Olga's diminishing back. It seemed more than usually shapely, that back, more than usually careless and disdainful. Her feet spurned the ground and tripped lightly among the grasses, her shoulders swinging easily, the feather in her hat nodding mischievously defiant. After she had melted into the thicket, Hermia still stood watching the spot where she had disappeared. But Markham, no longer to be denied, came from behind and caught her around the waist. "It's true, Hermia," he whispered. "You love?" Her brow had been deep in thought, and at first it had not seemed that she heard him or felt his arms about her. But as his lips touched her cheek, she sprang away, her eyes blazing at him. "You!" as she brushed the cheek his lips touched. "Hardly," scornfully, and then with a laugh. "I lied, that's all." "I'll not believe it. You love me." "No, I detest you." He saw a light. "You heard. You believe that Olga and I'm not a fool. One lives and one learns." He caught her by the shoulders as one does a child, the impulse in him strong to shake her, his heart denying it. "She knew you were listening all the while. Can't you understand? That was her game. She played it for you. I've never been in Compiègne." "Let me go." "No, not until you look in my eyes. You love me. You told her so, and me." "I lied. It was necessary." "Why?" She struggled, but would not look at him. "Let me go." "No. Why did you say that unless—" "The situation demanded it," she panted. "She had to understand." "The truth." "No, not the truth. She could not have understood the truth. So I lied to her. With a supreme effort she wrenched away, putting the table between them. "Oh," she gasped furiously, "that I could ever have believed in you." But her anger failed to dismay him. There was a pause during which their glances clashed, hers flashing contemptuous, his keen, intent, and a trifle amused. "Why did you stay up there when the way was clear to the forest?" Her eyes opened a little wider. I was afraid to go." "Afraid? Perhaps. But that wasn't the only thing that kept you." What then?
Indifferently. Curiosity.
About what?
Me.
Oh!
Scornfully. It's true. You wanted to hear what passed between us. I thought you had gone. Olga knew you hadn't. She was the cleverest of us all, you see.
It hasn't made the slightest difference.
He reached her in a stride. You love me, he laughed. I know it now. And as she still turned from him, and you'll marry me too, Hermia. Never. Yes, he repeated. You'll marry me. There isn't anything else for you to do. She was dumb with surprise and could only gasp with rage. But before she could speak, he had released her and, catching up his hat from the table, was out of the door and on his way to the stable. He laughed up at the sky. Subterfuge could not avail her now. He had learned the truth. Neither mockery, scorn, nor any other pretense could divert the genial current of his soul. She loved him, and whatever he had shown of mastery in her presence, his precious knowledge made him suddenly strangely gentle in his thoughts of her. The sky smiled back at him from over the leafy glades of the Comte de Cahors, and as his gaze sought the spot in the woods where a moment ago Olga had disappeared, a sober look came into his eyes. Tell? Would she? Would Olga tell? He didn't believe it. He had learned many things. Olga kindled her altar fires not for the warmth of them, but for their incense, the odor of which was breath to her nostrils. The symbols of love, not love itself. What could Olga know of love? He knew, and Hermia? Hermia knew, for he had taught her. He filled his bucket at the well and sought Clarissa, who was sleeping the sleep of satiety. She had eaten until she could eat no more. Watered, he led her back to the lodge, fastened his hitching strap at the door, and went inside, his own appetite advising him that neither he nor Hermia had eaten since yesterday afternoon. His companion had huddled into a chair and was gazing into the fireplace. She did not offer to continue their conversation, nor did he, and so he got out his spirit lamp and made coffee, unpacked some chicken sandwiches, and helping himself freely to the crockery of the Marquis, presently served the breakfast. She would not eat at first, and he did not insist upon her doing so, but sat comfortably and in a moment was smacking his lips. The coffee was excellent, the best that could be had in Alençon, and its odor was delicious. He saw from where he sat, her eyes shifting uncertainly. He drained his cup with a great sigh of content, set it down upon the saucer, and was in the act of pouring out another helping for himself when she arose and reached forward quickly, appetite triumphant. "I'd better eat, I suppose," she said jerkily. He smiled politely and handed her the sandwiches, noting from the tail of his eye that several times during the meal her look sought his face for an explanation of his change of manner, which, not being forthcoming, she sat rather demurely at her meat, emptying the pot of coffee and finishing the last of the bread and chicken. Markham would have smiled if he had dared. What chance had any of the lighter passions against the craving hunger of the healthy young animal? It was another triumph of his philosophy, almost its greatest. Nature at a bound, eliminating art and the feminine calculus. When he had finished eating, without a word he rose and went out to pack Clarissa, and while he was thus engaged, Hermia passed him silently with a bucket on the way to the pump for water, and in another moment
he was aware that she was washing the dishes. He made no effort to help her, but sat on the door sill, thoughtfully smoking his pipe. She came out in a moment and announced that she was ready to go, and he saw that breakfast had done her no harm. So they followed Olga Tcherny's instructions as far as he remembered them, and found a path through the woods which led northward. Clarissa had so gorged herself with the stolen fodder, which may have been sweeter on that account, that Markham had had to cut a new goad to speed her upon her way. They kept a watch ahead and behind them, and emerged, as Olga had prophesied, without adventure or accident, through a hole in a hedge upon a highroad, along which, still bending their steps northward, they took their way. Markham's silence had double meaning. They were at odds just now. A while back Hermia had starved for food. He meant now that she should starve for company. He wanted to think, too, to analyze and weigh his own culpability in the situation where they now found themselves. The imprudence of their venture had not seemed to matter so much back at Evreux, where the accident had thrown them together and Hermia had linked her fate to his. She had been little more to him then than an extraordinarily interesting specimen of a genus he little understood, a rebellious slave of convention who had shown him the shackles which galled her wrists and had pleaded with him very prettily to help her strike them off. Could any man have refused her? And yet he had known from that hour that a retribution of some sort awaited them both. Hermia for ignoring her code, himself for having permitted her to ignore it. There was a difference now, a difference which their discovery by an outsider had made unpleasantly manifest. De Foligny's appearance at Verneuil had made Markham thoughtful, but Olga's intrusion now had paraphrased their pastoral lyric into unworthy prose. Parnassus wept with them, but no amount of weeping could destroy the ugly doggerel as Olga had written it. Their idol was smirched. The fair robe of Euterpe was trailing in the dust. But it was too late for reproaches now. The mischief was done, and one thing only left, to emerge with as good a grace as possible from a doubtful position. As the moments passed, it became more clear to Markham in which way his duty lay, and the more he thought of it, the more he was convinced that it lay out of Vagabondia. Hermia must go this very day, and he, to beard their pretty tigress. The shadow of his thoughts fell upon his brows, and to Hermia, who watched him when she could do so unobserved, he presented a countenance upon which gloom sat heavily enthroned. Had he spoken his thoughts as they came to him, she could not have read him more easily, and as Markham gloomed, her own mood lightened. Though she spoke not, a dull fire slumbered in her eye which boded him mischief. Disaster had befallen, and some one was to pay for it. But his bent head was unaware of the smile that suddenly grew, a pale, wintry smile which matched the devil in her eyes. They camped in the mellow afternoon under the trees upon a rugged mountain that guarded the defile, through which a rushing torrent, one of the tributaries of the Loire, dashed over the rocks on its swift course to Argentan. Below them in the valley were a village and a railroad along which a tiny passenger train was slowly proceeding. Markham eyed the train with a grave and melancholy interest. They both observed that it stopped in the village,
to let off and take on passengers. He built his fire with great deliberateness, gloomy and silent, as though performing a last rite for one departed, and ate solemnly, his face long. At last she could stand the stress of him no longer, and burst suddenly into a fit of laughter which echoed madly among the rocks. "Oh, John Markham," she cried, "why so triste? The melancholy sweetness of seeing Olga again?" "No," he replied calmly. "I was thinking of other things." "What?" A smile broke over his lips. He had been right. There was nothing in the world that a woman has greater pains to endure than silence. He had starved her out. He didn't reply at once, and that angered her. "Must I plead with you even for speech?" she asked satirically. "Has it come to this? Will you not smile and throw a crumb of comfort to your bondwoman?" "I have had nothing to say until now," he replied very quietly over his coffee cup. She only laughed at him and swept the ground with a low curtsy. "Thy slave listens. Speak! To what decision has my lord and master arrived?" she asked. He swallowed his coffee deliberately, unsmiling, his gaze over the valley where the railroad track wormed its way into the north. "That you're to go to your friends in Paris at once," he said decisively. And while she watched him scornfully, the slow fire in her eyes burning suddenly into brightness, he took from his pocket a wallet she had never seen before and counted out upon the ground some money. "This," he continued calmly, "is yours. You have earned it. I have kept count. I will owe you, too, what is realized from the sale of Clarissa. Or, if you prefer it, I will pay you that now. I hope you will find the arrangement satisfactory." He had arrested her mockery, and she stood silent while he spoke, her gaze upon the ground. But her mood broke forth again with even greater virulence. "So you want to be rid of me, monsieur mon maître, cancel my indentures, end my apprenticeship to the school of life, turn me adrift in a wicked world which already treats me none too kindly. Is it wise, I say? Is it kind? Is it human, just because a woman crosses our path and threatens my reputation? Look at me. Am I not the same that I was before? Now I have fallen in your graces? You, who professed a while ago to love me, oh, so madly." He was silent and would not look at her. "Or is it me that you fear, mon cher?" she taunted him. "Is it that I've learned too well your lessons? That I've forsworn the conventions which stifled me, the code which enslaved me? That I've earned at last my right to live unbound, untrammeled, with no code but the love of life, no law but that of my own instincts? Is it because of this that you deny me? Oh, John Markham, what becomes of your fine philosophy and of your natural laws? Do they fall with me before the first challenge from the world they profess to ignore? It is to laugh." While she vented her joy of him, he rose and faced her, but she did not flinch. Her voice only dropped a tone, and now derided, mocked and cajoled. "Do you fear me so much, monsieur le maître?" she laughed. "Is it that I love you too much to love you wisely? Why should you care, mon ami? Is it not the lot of women to give, always to give?" Still he turned away from her, his hands fast in his pockets, but a warning murmur broke from his lips. She did not hear it, and coming around behind him, clasped her fingers upon his arms.
If I tell you that I do not love you, mon ami, will not that be enough? Enough to satisfy you that my happiness is not in danger? If I do not love you, what can you fear for me? Why should I care what the world thinks of us? Have I reproached you? Did I not give myself into your keeping without—" He turned and caught her into his arms and stopped her mockery with kisses, the man in him triumphant. While she struggled, her lips denied him, dumb and quivering in his arms.
"Now perhaps you know why it is that you must go," he whispered. "Read it here. I'm mad for you, Hermia. That is why. I can't any longer be with you without reaching forth to take you. You're mine by every law of God or nature, philosophy. Who cares? Your lips have babbled it. Let them babble it now, if they dare." "Let me go, Philidor," she gasped. "No, not yet. I've much to say, and only this hour to say it in. For in a while you shall go, and I will stay with Pan and mourn. The woods will sigh of you, for you will be a nymph no longer. And before you go, you shall look love in the eyes and see love full grown and masterful here among the everlasting rocks, love so great that you shall be afraid and mock not. Look up. Look in my eyes. No, no. You love me. No, you love me. No."
As she protested, he took her lips, pale lips that would have mocked again, yet dared not, for her eyes had stolen a glance through half-closed lashes and learned that what he said was true. The warm color flooded upward, staining crimson beneath the tan, and her body, which had relaxed for a moment under the gust of his ardor, protested anew. "Let me go, Philidor. It must not be. Can't you understand? Would you justify them? What they say of us? Oh, let me go. Let me." She wrenched away from him and stood gasping, Olga Tcherny's last laughter singing in her ears. "You've justified her, justified her," she almost sobbed. "Robbed me of my right to look her in the eyes, as I could do this morning. Why did you kiss me like that, Philidor? Oh, you've spoiled it all, spoiled it for us both. Why couldn't you have let things be as they were, so gentle, so sweet, so sane?"
"You mocked at love," he muttered.
"Oh, that I should have misjudged you so. You were so strong, so kind, who ruled me with gentleness, and now—"
"You've tried me too far."
She had, and she knew it. There was nothing for it but to scurry for the wings of convention. Alas for Pan! Hermia was a nymph no longer, only a girl of the cities, upon the defensive for the security of her traditions. She drew aside and sank breathless upon a rock. "Love is not so ruthless. It does not shock or sear, John Markham," she gasped.
"I've served you patiently and long," he muttered. "A week. It's enough."
"No."
"You'll marry me."
She raised her head and met his eyes fairly. "No, I refuse you." He could not understand. "You—" "I refuse to marry you. Is that clear?" she cried. What had come over her? The warm color had flooded back to her heart and her eyes were cold like dead embers.
"I won't believe you,"
he said doggedly. "You must. It was a mistake, all this. A mistake from the first. I was mad to have followed you. You should have denied me then, back there."
"I loved you then. I know it now. And you—"
"No, not love, John Markham," she went on. "If you had loved me, you would have sent me back to Paris and saved me from myself. You loved me then, you say?" She laughed scornfully. What kind of love is this that slinks in hiding, preaches of friendship for its own ends, and rants of philosophy? What kind of love that scoffs at public opinion and finds itself at last a topic of amusement at a fashionable dining table? A selfish love, a nameless love from which all tenderness, all gentleness and beauty. Hermia! He had caught her by the shoulders and held her gaze with his own. Let me go. It's true. And you ask me to marry you. Why should you marry me when you can win my lips without it? She laughed up at him, a hard little laugh, like a buffet in his face. Still he held her away from him. "Your lips are mine," he said gently. "I could take them now, again and again, but I will not. See, I am all tenderness again. Your words cannot harm me, nor yourself, for love is greater than either of us. It is the secret you once asked of me, the secret of life. I've told it to you. I tell it to you now, when I let you go." Her color came and went, and her eyes drooped before him. He dropped his hands, turned his back and walked away. "That is my reply," he said softly. Could he have seen the glory that rode suddenly in her eyes as she looked at him, he would have read the heart of her. But that was not to be. Followed a silence. He would not trust himself again. The embers of their fire still smoked. With his foot he crushed them out. "You will go at once to Paris," he said quietly, not looking at her. She did not move or reply, and only watched him as he made the preparations for departure. They went down the hill to the village in silence, Markham leading Clarissa at his side. At the Gare a train was due in half an hour, so they sat and waited, looking straight before them, no word passing. And when the train came, he found a compartment and put her in it with her bundle, then stood with head uncovered until a stain of smoke above the trees was all that remained to him. Presently that too vanished, when soberly he took up his cudgel and went his way. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. A Lady in the Dusk. Halfway between the turbid currents of the lower city and the more swiftly running streams to the northward sits Washington Square, an isle of rest amid the tides of humanity which lap its shores. Here is the true gateway to the city, below it the polyglot of Europe, above the amalgam which makes America. It is a neighborhood of traditions which speak in the aspect of the solidly built row of houses facing to the south, breasting the living surge, its front unbroken. This park, with its stretch of green, its dusky maples and shaded benches, afforded asylum to Markham, the painter, who liked to come when the day's work was over and watch the shadows fall across the square, creeping slowly up the walls of the arch, bringing into higher relief the rosy tints on cornice and medallion, which remained animate a moment against the purple filigree beyond, a thing of joy and of beauty, a symbol of eternal freedom. He was never sure whether it was more wonderful then, or when a moment later the golden glory gone from its cap, it stood silent amid the roar of the city, wrapped in pallid dignity at the end of the glittering avenue. That avenue was a symbol too. It meant the world to which Markham had returned after his glimpse of Elysium, a world not too kind, already laughing perhaps at his secret and Hermia's.
His problem still puzzled him. He had had no word from Olga Tcherny, though he had sought her in Alençon and Trouville. She had gone to Paris, he had been informed, but he had not been able to find her there in her usual haunts. Nor had he succeeded in finding Hermia, though he had left no stone unturned in the search. He had watched the hotel registers, inquired at her bankers, and scanned the sailing lists in vain. Had the earth engulfed them both, they could not have more mysteriously disappeared. Cables to New York had been unavailing, and at last, his time growing short, he had sailed from Cherbourg, a sadder but no wiser man. A call at the Challoner house at the upper end of the avenue had only produced the information that the person he so eagerly sought had not yet returned, and that, in default of instructions to the contrary, her mail was forwarded as before to Paris. There was nothing for it but to wait, and Markham became aware that love, in addition to being all the things that he and Hermia had described it, was a grievous hunger which would feed upon no food but itself. He was quite wretched, painted abominably by day, and prowled in the streets by night, his disembodied spirit off among the highways of Vagabondia. November came, and still no letter nor any word of her. He was desperate. Her silence, at first only disappointing, now became ominous. Whatever their misunderstandings in the last hour of their pilgrimage, he deserved something better of her than this. Here in New York it already seemed difficult to visualize her. He could see nothing but the belled cap and coarse stockings of Yvonne, the woman orchestra. They filled his eye as her essence filled his heart. The broadcloth and beaver of her metropolitan sisters puzzled and dismayed him. He had only seen her once in town, and then she had resembled nothing so much as a flippant cherub in skirts, an example of how New York taught the young female idea to shoot. It hadn't been the kind of shooting he had liked. Thimble Island had individualized her differently. Westport had given her color, but it was Normandy that had completed the human document. She was Hermia, that was all. But here in New York, with Vagabondia but a memory, he was not sure that he would know her. The avenue was full of young female ideas in the process of shooting, all dressed very much alike, all flippant, all cherubic, and he scanned them with a new interest, wondering at the lapse of circumstance which somehow could not be bridged. Yvonne Taylor maid! The thing was impossible. And yet he found it necessary to realize that here in New York it was to be no Yvonne that he would find. Her silence, too, now advised him that she was to be upon the defensive, all her armor bristling with commonplace, against which the flight of his quiver of memorabilia might be dented in vain. How was she thinking of him yonder? In what terms? Did she think of him at all? His questions had even descended to that low condition. He had had such a little share in her life after all, her real life in the cities, which laid its impress with such certainty on those who were its children. He saw the marks of it all about him, the thing one called good form, the undercurrent of strife for social honor, the corrugated brow of envy, the pomp and circumstance of spilled riches. Ah, here was where his shoe would pinch him the most, for Hermia Challoner was wealthy beyond the touch of Midas. If the Westport house, or her taste in automobiles, had not been green in his memory, It only remained to him to view the stately splendor of the Challoner mansion uptown, to be reminded that his vagabond companion of a week rightfully belonged to another world in which he was only a reluctant and somewhat captious visitor. Her riches bewildered him. They obtruded unbearably, proclaiming their importance in terms which there was no denying. Vagabondia, it seemed, was a forgotten country. Had Hermia forgotten? Was his idyll, the one dream of his life, to end in waking? Was Hermia's mad excursion but another item in the long list of entertainments by means of which she exacted from life payment in diversion which she considered her due? Had he, Markham, been but an incident in this entertainment, a humble second liner like Luigi Fabiani, who broke stones upon his mighty brother and caught the infant Stella when she was hurled at him? The thought was unpleasant to him and did his lady no honor, so he dismissed it with reservations. But whatever unction he laid to his soul, the truth would not be downed that 2 months had elapsed since that parting in the railway station at Sees, during which time he had neither heard from nor of her. One comfort he had when hope was at low ebb, the vision of a pale face at a trap door, its eyes wide in concern. Hermia's face when Olga's fowling piece was discharged. 2 comforts: the memory of the roses of Pere Guégout. Both gave him joy and reconciled him to her present intolerance, which time and an ardor which knew no abating must wipe away if it hadn't been for Olga. This was a most exasperating if, a heart-racking if, an if that made him pause among the ruins of his ancient friendship. He could not believe that it was altogether to chance that he and Hermia owed Olga's discovery of their strange intimacy. In his infatuation he had forgotten that the Chateau de Cahors was near Alençon, and that here was a spot which should at any costs have been avoided. Hermia must have known too, and yet it seems they had both rushed to their danger with heedlessness which deserved no better fate. But their pursuit and the certainty with which Olga provided the culminating drama created a belief in his own mind, at least, that had he and Hermia been in Kamschatka, their discomfiture would have been just as surely accomplished. If Olga's motives still remained shrouded in mystery, it was clear that her object had been to bring their companionship to an end, and this she had done, though not precisely in the way she had planned. Hermia hadn't believed that rot about La Croix and Compiègne. Olga had overshot the mark. Her pleasantry with the loaded shotgun had been better aimed, and her frightened game had fallen. It angered him to think how ruthless had been her plan, medieval in its simplicity, and how successful she had been in carrying it out. As to her motives, Hermia had insisted that Olga wanted to marry him. Olga and he. With a muttered word, Markham rose from his bench and made his way toward the arch. Its phase of splendor had passed, for the dusk had fallen swiftly, but its bulk loomed in ghostly grandeur, a solemn sentinel at the meeting place of East and West. The street lights were winking merrily, and brougham and limousine passed beneath it, moving rapidly northward. With the setting of the sun a chill had fallen on the wonderful day of Indian summer, and people moved briskly on their homeward way. Markham buttoned his light overcoat across his chest and bent his steps in the direction of his apartment, when at the corner of the avenue he found his way blocked by a solitary female person in fashionable attire, who for some reason was laughing gaily. He stopped, awakened suddenly to the fact that the lady of his dreams was before him. "Oh, Monsieur Philidor," she laughed. "Well met, upon my word. Have you waited for me long?"
"Olga."
"The same. Flushed with victory over the passing years, joyous too at the sight of you. I counted on finding you here."
"I'm delighted, but how?"
"I know your habits, my dear. You always loved to prowl, and there used to be a time, you know, when we prowled together." He found himself glad to see her, so glad that he forgot how angry he was.
"Let's prowl, then,"
he said, and turned his steps southward again.
"I suppose you know I've been hunting for you."
"Yes."
She volunteered no more.
"When did you get back?" he asked slowly. "Tuesday. I wasted no time, you see, in looking for you. I've just come from the studio."
"You might have seen me in Normandy if you had cared to."
"Oh, I saw quite enough of you there," she said dryly. "Besides, I knew what you wanted. I wasn't ready to talk to you. I am now." He laughed uneasily, sparring for wind.
"What have you to say to me?"
"Much. I've been thinking, John. Curious, isn't it? Wearing, too. Adversity's sweet milk, philosophy. Is beauty's ensign yet crimson in my cheeks?"
"If you weren't sure of it, you wouldn't ask me," he laughed. "Why didn't you want to see me?"
"I didn't say I didn't want to see you. I merely suggested I didn't think it wise to."
"Why not?"
"You might not have understood my point of view. You mayn't now. I think I was a trifle bewildered over there. Now I'm clear again." She paused, her gaze focusing quickly. "Oh, John, what a mess you've made of my ideals."
"I?"
he muttered stupidly, but he knew what she meant.
"What have I to do with your ideals, Olga?"
"Nothing, except that you gave them birth and then destroyed them. It's infanticide, nothing less," she said slowly. He groped for a word, stammered, and was silent. She examined him curiously, then smiled. "Silence? Confession?"
"I've nothing to confess."
And then desperately, "Appearances were against us. If you've spoken of that, you've done a great mischief, an irreparable wrong to Hermia." She was laughing again, silently, inwardly, her head bent. "Oh, as to that, I'll relieve your anxiety at once," she said at last. "It was too rich a secret to tell too quickly, too good a story. And then the embroideries. I had to think of those. No, I have not told it, John. Not yet. You see, after I left you, I changed my mind about things. Your rural amourette is still a secret, mon ami." He gasped a sigh of relief. How could he ever have believed it of her? He laughed lightly with an air of carelessness.
"You wouldn't tell. I knew that. You're not that sort, Olga."
"Not so fast, my poor friend," she put in quickly. "I've said that your indiscretion was still a secret, but I still reserve the right to tell it here in New York if the humor seizes me."
"Nonsense," he laughed. "I simply don't believe you would."
She shrugged. "I have told you the truth. I mean what I say. I shall tell what I know unless—" She paused. Her moment was not yet.
"Unless?"
he questioned. "Unless I find reasons why I shouldn't," she finished provokingly.
"Meaning what?"
he persisted. He regarded her for a moment in silence, quickly joining in her laughter.
"Oh, what's the use of making such a lot of fuss over a thing? It was imprudent, indiscreet of us, if you like. Hermia and I met by accident. I was tramping it, as you know. I asked her if she didn't want to go along, and she did. Simplest thing in the world. We waved convention aside. Nothing odd about that. We're doing it every day."
"Oh, are we?"
"Yes. The laws of convention were only made as props and crutches for the crooked. If you're straight, you don't need 'em."
"Still," she mused sweetly, "society must be protected. Who is to tell which of us is straight and which crooked? Even if we were crooked, you know, neither of us would be willing to admit it."
"But it's a question not so much of my wisdom as of Hermia's. You'll admit."
"I admit nothing," she said quickly. "You've surprised, shocked and grieved me beyond words. Both of you also made me feel a trifle foolish. My judgment is shaken to the earth. Here I've been holding you up as a kind of paragon, a fossilized Galahad with a horizon just at your elbows, to find you touring in France, faisant l'aimable with a frolicsome scapegrace in a bolero jacket."
"I would remind you," he broke in stiffly, "that you're speaking of Hermia Challoner."
"Oh, I'm quite aware of it,"
with a careless wave of her hand.
"And as to Hermia's wisdom, life has taught me this, that a woman may be clever, she may be intuitive, she may be skillful, but she's never wise. And so I say I'm shocked, John Markham, outraged and shocked beyond expression."
"Oh, you're the limit, Olga," he blurted out.
"Simply because I adhere to the traditions of my sex, because I adhere to the memory of my friendships. I like you, John Markham. Your simplicity has always appealed to me, and now that you add gallantry to your more sober charms, I confess you're quite irresistible."
Markham stopped short. "I can't have you talking like this," he said quietly. "I don't mind what you say of me, of course, but your choice of words is not fortunate. Miss Challoner and I—"
"Spare your breath," she said, turning on him swiftly. "I'm no fool. I've lived in the world. If Hermia Challoner chooses to lay herself open to criticism, that's her outlook. I'll say what I please of her. She has earned that retribution. Talk as you will of your own virtues and hers, you'd never succeed in convincing any one of your innocence, me least of all. What's the use of beating around the bush? I can see through a millstone if it has a hole in it. Hermia Challoner—"
"Silence!"
His fingers gripped her arm and she stopped, ready to scream with the pain of it.
"You're insulting the woman I love. Do you hear?" he whispered through set lips. "I'll hear no more of it here or elsewhere. We travel together, that is all. My God, that you should dare!"
He stopped suddenly, peering through the dusk at her face, which still smiled, though the pain of her arm gave her agony. And then he relaxed with a laugh.
"You don't mean it. I know. It isn't worthy of you. Why, Olga, you are her friend. You know her intimately, body and soul. You can't believe it. You don't—"
"I do," fiercely. "I do believe it. More's the pity." They had stopped and were facing each other, bayonets crossed. The city roared about them, but they did not hear it. He dominated her, masterful. She fought back silently, a thing of nerves and passion only, but she did not flinch, though he had already wounded her mortally. "Lie if you like to me, John Markham. Lie to me. It's your duty. Lie like a gentleman. But you can't make me believe you. I'm no fool. I'll say what I like of her, or of you, when I choose,
where I choose. I won't believe you."
"You must. It has come to that," she went on, whispering. "I've given you the best of me, the very best, what no man has had of me. Affection, strong and tender, friendship, clean and wholesome, I gave gladly. I'm not sorry. They were sweeter even than the love in my breast which stifled, which still stifles me."
"Olga."
The suppressed passion of her confession startled him. Her half-closed eyes burned through the dusk, then paled again. "It's true," she went on haltingly. "I love you. My love, I'm proud of it. Prouder of it than anything I've ever been or known, because it's sweet and clean. That's why I can look you in the eyes and tell you so. Why shouldn't I? What is my woman's pride beside that other pride? I have not stooped, as she has, to conquer. She stooped to conquer. I'm glad. It shows the difference between us. It weighs us one against the other. You shall know. One day you shall know. You'll tire of her. It's always the ending of a conquest like that."
"You're mad," he whispered, aghast.
She threw up her hands and pressed them to her breast a moment. Then, with a quivering intake of the breath, the tension broke, and her hands dropped to her sides, her laughter jarring him strangely. "Curious, isn't it?" he heard her saying. "You're the last man in the world I would have dreamed of. I used to laugh at you, you know. You were so gauche and so ill-mannered. I took you up as a sort of game. It amused me to try and see what could be made of you. If you'd made love to me, I would have laughed at you. But you didn't. Why didn't you, John? It would have saved us all such a lot of trouble." Her mockery set him more at ease. He saw a refuge and took it.
"I think you are not quite so mad as mischievous," he said boldly. "Your loves are too frequent to cause your friends much concern, least of all the one you honor with your present professions. I'm not woman-wise, Olga, and I'm not honey-mouthed. I hope you won't mind if I say I don't believe you."
Her smile vanished. "You will, in time," she said quickly. "So will Hermia." She paused, and then, her fingers on his arm, her eyes to his. "Have you? Has she? You wouldn't marry her, John?" Her tone was soft, but the inference had the ominous sibilance of a whiplash which swirled in the air and circled over Hermia too. He chose his words deliberately. "She's the sweetest, cleanest, purest woman I've ever known." She shrugged and drew away. Whatever she felt, no sound escaped her. He followed toward the lights of the avenue, aware that a crisis in his affairs of some sort had been reached and passed. His companion walked more and more rapidly, setting the pace which outdid the slow movement of his wits. But he caught up with her presently and took her by the arm.
"Olga, forgive me. You maddened me. I wanted you to know that Hermia was not what you thought she was. You lower your own standards. Can't you see when you lower hers? She's only a girl, thoughtless, a thing of impulses only, mad impulses if you like, but clean, Olga, like a child. You've only to look at her and see." "I did look at her and see," she said through her teeth. He stopped her by main force. "You've got to listen. Do you hear? It was I who put her in this false position. I who must get her out of it. I owe her that, and you owe it to me." He released her and went on more quietly. "I'm no Galahad, and I make no pretenses to virtue. But I'm no rake or despoiler of women either. I dare you to doubt it. You didn't doubt it there in the studio. You can't doubt it now. Women of your sort and hers are inviolable."
Her lids flickered and fell.
"A girl, Olga, a mere child. Think, what is this love of yours that feeds on hatred, on uncleanness? Love is made of gentler stuff, beautifies, uplifts, not destroys."
Her head was bent and her face was hidden under her wide hat. But her whisper came to him quite clearly.
"You tell me what love is? You?"
When she raised her head, her lips were smiling softly, and she moved forward slowly, he at her side. They had reached the avenue. A motor he had not observed stood near.
"We part here, I think. It's adieu, John."
"No," he muttered.
"Oh, yes, it is."
And then with a gay laugh, which was her best defense,
"Too bad we couldn't have hit it off, isn't it? I would have liked it awfully. I give you my word you've never seemed nearly so interesting as at this moment of discomposure. There's a charm in your awkwardness, John, a native charm. Good night. I go alone."
He followed her a few paces, but she reached the machine before him and was whisked away. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Wings of the Butterfly. John Markham spent an unpleasant evening. He dined alone at a club, wandering afterward aimlessly from library to billiard room, and then took to the streets, trusting to physical exercise to clear his head of the tangle that Olga had put into it. Olga, the irrepressible manhunter, in love with a fossilized Galahad. That was ironically amusing, extraordinary if true, a punishment which fitted her crime, and something of a grim joke on the manhunter as well as the fossil. Markham tried to view the matter with unconcern, manlike, recalling the many times that Olga's name had been coupled with those of various distinguished foreigners, and the frequent reports of her engagement, always denied and forgotten. And yet she worried him. For a brief moment she had given him a glimpse of the shadowy recesses where she hid her naked soul. A glimpse only, like some of those she had given him when he was painting her portrait. But what he had seen now was different, and Olga no longer wistful, no longer amenable, a wild, unreasoning thing who purred cat-like while he stroked her, sheathing and unsheathing her claws. There was mischief brewing. He felt it in her sudden access of self-control and in the final jest with which she had left him. He knew her better now. It was when she mocked that Olga was most dangerous. It was clear that she had not believed him when he told her the truth. Her standards forbade it, of course. It was too bad. But she had not told what she knew. That was the main thing. What if she did tell now? Hermia could deny it, of course, and if necessary he must lie, as Olga had said, like a gentleman. And where were Olga's proofs? Who would confirm her? What evidence, human or documentary, could she bring forward here in New York to prove Hermia's culpability if, As it seemed to be her intention, she insisted on carrying her sweet vengeance to its end. There was no one. He paused, his brow clouding. De Folligny. Had de Folligny learned who Hermia was? Had Olga found out about the companion in his automobile at Verneuil? He waved the thought away. De Folligny was on the other side of the ocean. The psychological moment for Olga's revelation had passed. Consoling himself with these thoughts, he went home and to bed, and morning found him early at the studio, awaiting his new sitter in a more quiescent, if still uncertain, frame of mind. The portrait of Mrs. Berkeley Hammond, on which he had been working, sat smugly upon one of his easels, a thing of shreds and patches, though the lady was in pearls and a grecole frock, a thing painty without being direct, mannered without being elegant, highly colored without being colorful, a streaky thing with brilliant spots like the work of a promising pupil, a pretty poor Markham, which had pleased the sitter because its face flattered her, and for which she would gladly pay the considerable sum he charged, while Markham's inner consciousness loudly proclaimed that the canvas was not worth as much as the crayon sketch of Madame d'Audifray in Normandy, which had been the price of a ragout. Really, he would have to paint better. He swung the easel around with a kick of the foot and faced a new canvas, primed some days before, and busied himself about his palette and paint tubes. When Phyllis Van Vorst emerged from the dressing room a while later into the cool north light, Markham's eyes sparkled with a genuine delight. Here was the sort of thing he could do. White satin with filmy drapery from which rose the fresh colored flower of girlhood. Without being really pretty, his model created the illusion of beauty by her youth, her abundant health, and many little tricks of gesture and expression. Her role was that of the ingenue, and she prattled childishly of many things, flitting like a butterfly from topic to topic, grave and gay, with a careless grace which added something to the picture she made. Markham let her talk, interjecting monosyllables lulled by the inexhaustible flow, aware, after the first pose or two, that he was painting well, with the careless brush of entire confidence. As Olga had said, he always was at his best when a little contemptuous. In 3 hours the head was finished and the background laid in. Premier coup, the best thing he had done in a year. He twisted the canvas around to get a better look at it and groped for his pipe, suddenly conscious of the fact that he had painted and that his model had sat steadily for an hour and a half without a rest. "You poor child," he muttered with compunction as he helped her down. "That's the penalty of being interesting."
"Oh, I'm so glad," she cried. "You can say nice things, can't you?"
"When I think of them," he laughed. She stood before the canvas in breathless delight.
"Oh, do I look like that, Mr. Markham? Like Psyche with the lamp? It's quite too wonderful for words. I'm a dream. I've never seen anything quite so flattering in my life. Oh, I'm so glad I came to you instead of to Teddy Vincent. You've made my poor nose quite straight, and yet it's my nose, too. How on earth did you do it? You're not going to work any more?"
"No," he laughed. "The head is done." She sat in the chair he brought forward for her, and Markham dropped on the divan near her and smoked.
She gazed at the head for a while in rapturous silence. "Oh, Mr. Markham, will you ever forgive me for being so stupid last summer?" she said at last. "About that upside-down painting. I've been so humiliated."
"I'm not really a landscape man, you know," he said cheerfully by way of consolation. "And it was only a sketch."
"Oh, but they made such a lot of fun of me at Westport. They're not very merciful, that crowd."
Markham's gaze shifted. "Yes, I know," he said quietly.
"Oh, have you heard?"
His companion laughed suddenly. "About what?" asked Markham, startled.
"About Crosby Downs."
"No."
"He has married Sybil Trenchard."
Markham took a puff at his pipe. "Really? Why?" She laughed, and then quickly,
"I don't know. And Hilda and Carol Governor, you know, engaged. She has wanted him a long time. Everybody thought he'd wiggle out of it somehow, but he didn't or couldn't or something."
He smiled. "Cupid has had a busy summer."
"Oh, yes, quite extraordinary. You see, out of all that house party, there are only 3 or 4 left."
She spoke of this wholesale selection and apportionment as though her topic had been apples. "Indeed." Markham stopped smoking. "Who else?" he asked calmly.
"Me," she said, blushing prettily. "I mean, I and Reggie."
"Reginald Armistead. I thought that he and Miss Challoner."
"Oh, that's all off," she laughed. "They didn't really care for each other at all. Not that way, just as friends, you know. Hermia's a good deal like a fellow. Reggie liked her that way. They were pals. Had been from childhood. But then one doesn't marry one's pal."
"I'm very glad," said Markham politely, examining her with a new interest. "I shall make it a point at once to offer him my congratulations. I like him."
"He's adorable, isn't he? But I'm horribly frightened about him. He's so dreadfully reckless. Flying, I mean. If it hadn't been for Hermia, I'm sure he never would have begun it. But he's promised me to give it up now. Hermia may break her neck if she likes. That's Mr. Morehouse's affair, but—"
"Morehouse?" Markham broke in, wide-eyed. She regarded him calmly.
"Where on earth have you been, Mr. Markham?"
"In France," he stammered. "Do you mean that Miss Challoner is—"
"Engaged to Trevi? Of course. It was cabled from Paris to the Herald. But then nobody who knows about things is really very much surprised. Trevi has been wild about her for years, and her family have all wanted it. It's really a very good match. You see, Trevi is so steady, and she needs a skid to her wheel." She rambled on, but to Markham her voice was only a confused chatter of many voices. He rose and turned the easel to a better light, then knocked out his pipe into the fireplace. The room whirled around him, and he steadied himself against the mantel while he tried to listen to what else she was saying. Her loquacity, a moment ago so amusing, had assumed a deeper significance. The phrases purled with diabolical fluidity from her lips, searing like molten metal. Hermia! The girl was mad. The confusion about him ceased, and in the silence he heard her voice. "Are you ill, Mr. Markham?" He straightened with a short laugh and faced toward her. "No, not at all. And I was really very much interested," he said evenly. "Miss Challoner is in Europe?" he asked carelessly. "Oh, yes, or was. And Trevi followed her there. She's home now, came yesterday, of course, with Trevi at her heels. Oh, he'll keep her in order. No fear about that. It's about time that Hermia settled down. She's quite the wildest thing.
perfectly properly, you know. Olga Tcherny says—" "Olga is home, too?" he interrupted, steadying himself. She nodded quickly and went on. "Olga says that Hermia disappeared from Paris for over a week and no one knew where she was. Trevi was crazy with anxiety, but she came back one night in an old gray coat and hat with a bundle, the shabbiest thing imaginable, looking like a tramp. Trevi was in the hotel and saw her, but they patched things up somehow." "Did Madame Tcherny learn where she had been?" "Oh, no," she laughed. "You see, Olga was too busy with her own affairs. She has a Frenchman in tow this season. She's brought him here with her, florid, blond, curled and monocled, the Marquis de Foligny." "Pierre de Foligny?" "You know him?" "Yes, slightly." She had babbled her gossip so lightly and rapidly that this last piece of information had not given him the start its significance deserved. But its import grew. "It's an affair of long standing, isn't it?" she asked him. I don't know, I'm sure," he muttered, his brow clouding. Something in his manner made her glance at the clock. 1:30. And Reggie's coming to lunch at 2. I'll have to tear." He opened the dressing room for her and, after she had vanished within, stood glowering at the door like one possessed. A butterfly that dripped poison. He was drenched with it. How lightly Hermia's name had dropped from her satin wings. He smiled grimly at the thought of his own situation, the central figure in at least one act of this comedy, viewing it from the far side of the proscenium arch, gaping like the rustic in the metropolis who sees himself for the first time depicted upon the stage. What right had she, this little flutterbudget, to know these things when he was denied them? Hermia. The report of her engagement had been disturbing, but for some reason it seemed less important now than the fact that she was here in New York, within 20 minutes of him, perhaps upon the very street where he might meet her when he went out. Hermia and Trevi Morehouse! He simply would not believe it. Hermia might look him in the eyes and tell him so, and then, but she would not dare. Those eyes, blue, violet, gray, all colors as the mood or the sunlight pleased, honest eyes into whose depths he had peered when they were dark with the shadows of the forest, and seen his image dancing. She was his that day, all his. He could have taken her, and he had let her go back to Paris and the excellent Trevelyan. Hermia, his mad vagabond Hermia, was ready to tie herself for life to that automatic nonentity at Westport who trailed, a patient shadow in Hermia's swirling wake. Hermia and Morehouse! He simply wouldn't believe it. When his sitter had departed in a rush to keep her engagement, he filled his pipe again and walked the floor, smoking furiously, the scenario of Olga's little drama taking a more definite form. He understood now the reasons why she had not told what she had seen. He doubted now whether it was her intention to tell. But she had brought the Frenchman, de Foligny, over to do the telling for her, reserving her little climax until all her marionettes were properly placed according to her own stage directions, when she would let the situation work itself out to its own conclusion. It was an ingenious plan, one which did her hand much credit. She had realized, of course, that a revelation of Hermia's shortcomings in Alençon, Paris, or Trouville would have deprived her vengeance of half its sting. It required a New York background, a quiet drawing room filled with Hermia's intimates for her situation to produce its most telling effect. De Folligny now had the center of the stage, and at the proper moment she would pull the necessary wires and the thing would be accomplished. Something must be done at once. He changed into street clothes and went out, lunched alone on the way uptown, and at 3 was standing at the door of the Challoner house. The butler showed Markham into the drawing room and took his card. He did not know whether Miss Challoner was in or not, but he would see. Markham sat and impatiently waited, his eyes meanwhile restlessly roving the splendor of the room in search of some object which would suggest Hermia, mad Hermia of Vagabondia. Opposite him upon the wall was a portrait of her by a distinguished Frenchman with whose métier he was familiar, an astounding falsehood in various shades of tooth powder. This Hermia smirked at him like the lady in the fashion page, exuding an atmosphere of wealth and nothing else, a strange, unreal Hermia who floated vaguely between her gilt barriers, neither sprite nor flesh and blood. How could Marsac have known the real Hermia, the heart, the spirit of her as he knew them? And yet, when a few moments later she appeared in the doorway, he wondered if he knew her at all. She was dressed for afternoon in some clinging dark stuff which made her figure slim almost to the point of thinness. She wore a small hat with a tall plume and seemed to have gained in stature. Her face was paler, and her modulated voice and the studied gesture as she offered him her hand did more to convince him that things were not as they should be. "So good of you to come, Mr. Markham," he heard her saying coolly. "I was wondering if I'd have the pleasure of seeing you here." He stood uncertainly, at the point of seizing her in his arms, when he was made aware of her premeditation. The tepor of her politeness was like a blow between the eyes, and he peered blindly into her face in vain for some sign of the girl he knew. "Won't you sit down?" she asked, and dumbly he sat. "I hear you were in Normandy," she went on smoothly. "Did you have a good summer? You did leave us rather abruptly at Westport, didn't you? But then, you know, of course, I understood that—" "Hermia," he broke in a low voice, "what has happened to you? Why didn't you answer my letters? I've been nearly mad with anxiety." He leaned forward toward her, the words falling in a torrent, but she only examined him curiously, a puzzled wrinkle at her brows vying with the set smile she still wore. "Your letters, Mr. Markham?" she said in surprise. "Oh, you mean the note about the sketch of Thimble Island. I did reply, didn't I? It was awfully nice." "Good God!" he muttered, rising. "Haven't you punished me enough now without this?" with a wave of his hand. "This extravaganza? Haven't I paid? I searched Paris high and low for you, Hermia, haunted your bankers and the hotel where you had been stopping, only returning here at the moment when my engagements in New York made it necessary. Has it been kind of you, or just, to ignore my letters and leave me all these weeks in anxiety and ignorance? I've missed you horribly, and I feared nameless things, that you had forgotten me,
that you wanted everything forgotten."
As he came forward, she rose and took a step toward an inner room, her eyes still narrowed and quizzical, watching him carefully.
"Hermia! Hermia!" He stopped, the tension breaking in a laugh. "Oh, you want to punish me, of course. Don't you think you've paid me well already? See, I'm penitent. What do you want? Shall I go down on my knees to you? I have been on my knees to you for weeks. You must have known it. My letters."
He paused and then stopped, puzzled, for she had not moved, and her gaze surveyed him, coolly critical.
"You got my letters?"
he asked anxiously. She was silent.
"I've written you every day since you left me, poured my heart out to you. You didn't get them? Oh, Hermia, you must have known what life has been without you. Do you think I could forget what I read in your eyes that day in the forest? Could you forget what you wrote there? Only your lips refused me. Even when they refused me, they were warm with my kisses. They were mine, as you were, body and soul. You loved me, Hermia, from the first. These flimsy barriers you're raising, I'll break them down and take you."
As he approached, she reached the curtains, one hand upraised.
"You're dreaming, Mr. Markham," she said distinctly. "I haven't the least idea what you are talking about."
"You love me," he stammered.
"I?"
Her laughter checked him effectually. He stood, his full gesture of entreaty frozen into immobility. Then slowly his arms relaxed, and he stood awkwardly staring, now thoroughly awake. She meant him to understand that Vagabondia was not, that their week in Arcadia had never been. He gaped at her a full moment before he found speech.
"You wish to deny that that you were there with me in Normandy?"
he stammered.
"One only denies the possible, Mr. Markham," she said with a glib certitude. "The impossible needs no denial. I was in Paris and in Switzerland this summer. Obviously I couldn't have been in Normandy too."
"I see,"
he muttered mechanically.
"You were in Switzerland."
"Yes, in Switzerland, Mr. Markham," she repeated. He turned slowly and walked toward the window, his hands behind him, struggling for control. When his voice came, it was as firm as her own.
"Can you prove that?"
he asked coldly.
"Why should I prove it, Mr. Markham?" she asked. "My word should be sufficient, I think." The even tones of her voice and the repetition of his name inflamed him. There was little doubt of her apostasy. He turned toward her with a change of manner, his eyes dark.
"Perhaps you'll be obliged to prove it," he muttered.
"I? Why?"
He looked her straight in the eyes.
"Monsieur de Folligny is with Olga Tcherny here in New York."
The plume on her hat nodded back, and her eyes widely opened gave him a momentary glimpse of her terror.
"De Folligny is here with Olga?"
"Yes. I've just learned it today." She moved her slender shoulders upward in the gesture she had learned from Olga Tcherny.
"That will be quite pleasant,"
she resumed easily.
"He will render us a little less prosy, perhaps."
Markham watched her a moment in silence, his wounds aching dully. "I came here to warn you of that danger," he said slowly. "Since you don't fear it, my mission is ended." He took up his hat and stick and moved toward the door. "I shall not question your wisdom or your sense of responsibility to me or to yourself, but I think I understand at last what you would have of me. Whatever you wish, of course, I shall do without question. I was alone in Normandy.
or with someone else, if you like. It was my Vagabondia, not yours. There was no Philidor, no Yvonne, no Cleofonte or Stella, no roses of Père Guégout, no roses in my heart. They're withered enough, God knows. You wish to forget them. You want me to remember you as you are today." He laughed. "I think I'll have no difficulty in doing so, or helping by my silence or my cooperation in carrying out any plans you may have, if you should find it necessary to call upon me." "I thank you," she murmured, her head bent. He regarded her a moment steadily, but she would not meet his gaze. At the door he paused. "I have heard of your reported engagement," he finished more slowly. "I'd like you to know that I had too much faith in you to believe it. But I think, indeed, I am sure, I'm ready to believe it now, if you tell me it's true." She did not raise her head, but her lips moved inarticulately. He glanced at her a moment longer and then, with an inclination of the head, passed out into the hall and so to the door. Chapter 25 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Circe and the Fossil. Christmas had come and gone, and the city had struck its highest note of winter activity. Those envied mortals who compose society, pausing for a brief moment of air and relaxation in the holidays, plunged again into the arduous treadmill of the daily round, urged by the flying lash of unrest, creatures of a common fate, plodding wearily up the path of preferment, not daring to falter or to rest under the pain of instant oblivion. Olga Tcherny paused only long enough to catch a deep breath after her momentous interview with John Markham in Washington Square, and then plunged into the busy throng with de Foligny after. She had heard with some interest the reports of Hermia Challoner's engagement to Mr. Morehouse, but it had made no very deep impression upon her mind. She only considered it, in fact, with reference to its possible effect upon the mind of John Markham, who, she soon learned, was avoiding the social scene, as had been his custom, before she had made forcible entry into his studio last year and had dragged him forth into the company of his fellow man. It was quite evident that Hermia was playing her game rather ruthlessly, and whatever her object, John Markham and she, for the present at least, were at cross purposes. Olga did not dare to go to see him, and though her door stood open, she had no hope that he would enter it without encouragement. But one blithe morning she sent him a note. "What's this I hear? Can it be true that your nymph has fled from the woods of Pan to take shelter under the eaves of a Morehouse? And what becomes of the fawn? I can't believe it, and yet my rumor comes direct. Do satisfy my cravings for veracity, won't you? I'd like awfully to see you, if you'll forgive and forget. I can now give you positive assurances that you will be quite as safe in my drawing room as in that smudgy place where you immortalize mediocrity. I'll never propose to you again as long as I live. The fantasy has passed, I think. Do you believe me? Come and see, but phone first. Affectionately, Olga." To her surprise, he came the following afternoon.
She received him with a frank and careless gaiety which put him very much at his ease. He marveled at her assurance and the resumption of the little airs of proprietorship to which she had been accustomed before the visit to Westport. She was the Olga of the portrait, with the added graces of a not too obtrusive sympathy and a manner which seemed subtly to suggest self-elimination. He accepted the situation without mental reservation, sat in the chair she indicated with a grateful sigh, and watched her pretty hands busy about the tea tray. Whatever their relations, and however directly he could trace his present misfortunes to her very door, the illusion of her friendliness was not to be dispelled, and he relinquished himself to its charm with a grateful sense that, for the moment at least, here was sanctuary. She found him thinner and said so. "You're working too hard, my dear Markham," she said. "On every hand I hear of people you've painted or are about to paint. A real success, un succès fou, and in spite of yourself. It's quite wonderful." "I've painted very badly," he muttered. "Oh, you're too close to your work to have a perspective. Mrs. Hammond has touted you the length and breadth of the town, you know, and that means there's a pedestal for you in her hall of fame. What does immortality taste like? Sweet?" He laughed. "Fame in New York is merely a matter of dollars. My prices are enormous, hence my reputation. If I charged what the things are worth, these people would send me back to Paris." "And still you refuse to go to their houses? I hear that Mrs. Hammond wanted to give a dinner for you, to all her set, and that's quite extraordinary for her, even for a lion." "But I couldn't eat them, you know." "But you could let them watch you eat." "I wouldn't have eaten. You see, magnificence of that sort takes my appetite away."
"Why?"
"I don't know. I suppose I'm a crank. They speak another language, those people. I don't understand them. I find that no exertion of the legs brings my mind and theirs any closer together. They bore me stiff and I bore them. What's the use?" "You have no social ambitions?" "None whatever, in the sense you mean. I like my fellow men stripped to the bone. That's indecent when one dines out."
"And your fellow woman?"
He shrugged and laughed. "She's a child, adorable always, but then I never understand her, nor she me." She sipped tea and smiled.
"Woman is at once the woman and the serpent, mon ami. All she needs is a man and a garden of paradise."
He frowned into his teacup but did not reply.
"Is it true, John?"
she asked quietly. "What is true?"
"That Hermia is to marry Trevymore House?"
"From whom did you hear that?" he asked.
"From whom have I not heard it? Everyone. Hermia hasn't denied it, has she?"
"Not that I'm aware of. Why should she deny it? It's her own affair." His tone rebuked her.
"I don't want to be meddlesome, you know. I only thought."
"Oh, I'm glad you spoke," he murmured. I wanted to talk about her. You know, you and I, when you left me there in the park, you gave me the impression that you didn't care for Miss Challoner any more."
"Did I? I'm glad I did."
"That's the truth. I don't care for her. She cut me very prettily on the street the week after she got back from Europe.
Evidently the antipathy is mutual."
He paused, considering.
"I'm sorry she saw fit to do that.
That was foolish. Very foolish of her."
"Wasn't it? Especially as I had about decided to forget that I'd ever been in Alençon."
He put his hand over hers and held it there a moment. "I want you to forget that, Olga," he muttered.
It never happened." She smiled, her gaze on the andirons.
"You're quite positive of that?"
"Yes. I was in Holland last summer."
"Oh, were you?"
"Yes. And Hermia, Miss Challoner, was in Switzerland."
"Yes, so I hear. Very interesting. But how does that explain things to Pierre de Folligny? He met her the other day and remembered her perfectly."
Markham rose and paced the floor.
"Oh," he heard her saying, "she denied seeing him in France, of course. But it was quite awkward. For her, I mean."
He took 2 or 3 turns, his brows serious, and then came and stood near her at the mantelpiece. "You must straighten things out, Olga, with de Folligny," he muttered. "It will ruin her if he speaks. You know what New York is. Gossip like that travels like fire. She doesn't deserve it. Not that. You've told me that you don't believe in her innocence, but at heart I think you do. You must. I swear to you, on the honor of—" She raised a hand.
"Don't."
Quickly.
"I'm willing to assume her innocence. Haven't I told you that I had been prepared to forget the whole incident when she cut me? Why did she do that? What does that mean?"
"Not guilt, surely. Wouldn't she be trying to get you on her side?" Olga waved an expressive hand.
"Oh, that's impossible, and she knows it."
"Why?" She paused, shielding her eyes with her fingers. He was such an innocent, but she had no notion of enlightening him.
"She has given you up to marry. That's clear. I told her secret. The simplest way out of her difficulty is to ignore me. Well, let her. I don't mind. I'll survive. But I would give my ears to let Fifth Avenue know."
"No, no," he put in quickly. "You mustn't do that. If you've ceased to care for her, you've got your duty to me to consider. Do you hold my honor so lightly?"
"Yours?"
"Yes. She was in my care. I let her go with me. The responsibility was sacred. I was morally pledged to keep her from harm. That responsibility has not ceased because she has made up her mind to marry. It's greater even. If you ever told that story—"
"And de Folligny. You forget him."
He came quickly over and took her hands in his. "You can seal this secret if you will, as in a tomb. Do it, Olga. It will be magnificent of you. Give me your word, your promise to keep silent, to keep de Folligny silent." She had turned, her chin upon her shoulder, away from him.
"You ask a great deal," she said with reluctance.
"Not more than you can give. Not more than you will give. Whatever your differences, she doesn't deserve this of you. Will it give you pleasure in after years to think of her life embittered, of his life embittered too, by a piece of gossip woven out of a tissue of half truths that will damn her as half truths do?"
"You love her so much as this?" she gasped.
He relinquished her hand, stood a moment looking dumbly at her, and then walked the length of the room away. The little clock on the mantel ticked gaily. The fire sparkled, and the familiar sounds of the careless city came faintly to their ears. She stirred and he turned toward her. "Will you promise?" he asked quietly.
"Promise what?"
"Not to speak of what you saw at Alençon."
"Yes, I promise that,"
she said slowly at last. "Or let de Folligny speak." Another silence, and then from thinned lips,
I will use my influence to keep him silent."
The firmness of her tone assured him. He caught up her hands and pressed them softly to his lips. "I knew you would, Olga. I knew you were bigger than that. I thank you. I will never forget."
But before he could finish she had snatched her fingers away from him and was laughing softly at the tea caddy. "Now, if you please," she said composedly, "we will speak of pleasanter things." She opened a long silver box on the table and took a cigarette, offering him one.
"The pipe of peace?"
he asked. "If you like." He drew in the smoke gratefully.
"Olga, you're a trump,"
he said with genuine heartiness. "Thanks," she said dryly. "I know it. And you're playing me quite successfully, aren't you? Hearts? And I'm the dummy. I never liked playing the dummy." He laughed.
"I wish I were quite sure in my mind what you do like to play."
Her look questioned coolly.
"I mean that as well as I've thought I've known you, I find that I've never known you at all. You're a creature of bewildering transitions. I hear that you're going to marry de Folligny."
"And what if I am?" she flashed at him.
"I'm sure I wish you every happiness, only—"
He paused. "Please finish."
"Nothing, except that you will leave me with an unpleasant sense of having been made a fool of."
She rose, flicked her cigarette into the fire, and then turned as if about to speak, but thought better of it. There was a long silence. "Pierre de Folligny and I are friends of long standing," she said at last. "One marries some day. Why not an old friend? The age of madness passes. I am almost 30, and I have lived much. It is time," she finished wearily, "time that I married again. We understand each other perfectly." A smile slowly dawned and broke. "What one wants in a husband is not so much a rhapsodist as a rhymester, not so much a lover as a walking gentleman. Pierre is that, you know." She sighed again and rose. "It was very sweet of you to come in, John. Don't misunderstand me again. That," and she paused to give the word emphasis, "is all over. I'm quite safe as a confidante. Hermia has treated you very badly, I think. I'd like to tell her so. No? Well, goodbye. Do come in again. I want you to know Pierre better. He really is all that a walking gentleman should be." He laughed and kissed her fingers and in a moment had gone. Olga Tcherny stood immovable where he had left her, one foot upon the fender, her gaze upon the fire. After a time she stretched forth her fingers to the blaze. All over. She straightened slowly and caught a glimpse of her face in the mirror. The firelight gleamed under her brows, brought out with unpleasant sharpness the angle of her jaw, and touched the bones of her cheek caressingly. She looked again, the truth compelling her, and then buried her face in her arm. The truth, middle age, had set its first mark upon her. The sallow fingers of time had touched her lightly, more as a warning than as a prophecy, painted with a reluctant brush a deeper tone into the shadows, a higher note in the lights, had brushed in haltingly the false values that now mocked at her. Time. She seemed to count it by her heart-throbs. She walked across the room and stood before the portrait John Markham had painted of her. The face gazed out from its shadows. Its eyes met hers for a moment and then looked through her and beyond. Eyes which looked yet saw not. Eyes deep and inscrutable, seers of visions, bathed in memories which would not sink into oblivion. Her eyes he had painted carefully. For him, it seemed, the rest of the face had been a blank. The nose, the chin were hers,
and the mouth, the lips, a scarlet smudge of elusiveness. They were hers, too. He had had difficulty with her lips, painting and repainting them. They had puzzled him. "The eyes we are born with," he had said. How well she remembered it now. "The lips are what we make ourselves." At last he had painted them in quickly, almost brutally, and let them be. They seemed to mock at her now, to contradict the meaning of the eyes, which would not, could not smile. Hermia had scoffed at this portrait because it was not pretty. There was something bigger than mere prettiness here. He had painted the soul of her, reading with his art what had been hidden from the man, as he had strayed through the labyrinth of her thoughts, viewing the blighted blossom of her girlhood and wifehood and the neglected garden of her maturity. As she viewed the portrait now in the light of time and event, she saw more clearly than ever her soul and body as Markham had seen it. He had painted her as he would have painted character, an old man or an old woman, searching for shadows rather than lights, seeking the anatomy of sorrow rather than that of joy, had made her the subject of a cool and not too flattering psychological investigation. Was this how he had always seen her? This far-looking, inscrutable, satiated woman of the world, who peered forth into the future from the dull embers of the past, a being whose physical beauty was rather suggested than expressed, whose loveliness lay in what she might have been rather than in what she was? He had always thought of her thus. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Not always. She remembered now. He couldn't have painted her as he had painted others, as he had painted a while ago the portrait of Phyllis Van Vorst, carelessly, contemptuously. He had probed deeply, painted from his own deeps. They had been very close together in those hours, mentally, spiritually, and only the barrier she herself had raised prevented their physical nearness. That, too, she could have had. A mist fell across the canvas, and Hermia's vision interposed, rosy and careless, her braggart youth triumphant. She turned, threw herself upon the couch and buried her head, her fingers clenched in the pillows. She made no sound and lay so immovable that one might have thought she was sleeping, but her blood was coursing madly and her pulses throbbed a wrist and neck. She had been true to her better self with Markham, and her idealism had brought her only this void of barren regret. Whichever way she looked, into the past or into the future, the vista was empty. Behind her, only the echoes of voices and a grim shape or two. Before her, vacancy. She had bared her soul to Markham, there in the square, torn away the veil of her pride and let him know the truth. Why, God knew. She had been mad. She had believed the worst of Hermia and of him, and had offered herself to him that he might judge between them, her heart and Hermia's, her mind, her body and Hermia's. Was her own face no longer fair that he should have looked at her so curiously and turned away with Hermia's name on his lips, Hermia's image in his heart? A doubt had crept into her mind and lingered insidiously. Hermia innocent. She was beginning to believe it now. In spite of the damning facts she had discovered, the evidence of Madame Bordier and Monsieur Duchanel, of the peasant women at Tillières and of Pierre de Foligny,
the testimony of Hermia's pale face at the shooting lodge at Alençon, and of her confession, which she had not thought of doubting, the belief had slowly gained force in her mind that Markham had not lied to her. She found confirmation of it in Hermia Challoner's disappearance in France, in her attitude toward Markham, and in the announcement of her engagement to another man. Markham could not guess, as she did now, that this was only a ruse de femme, born of the access of timidity at the discovery of her indiscretion and the consciousness that she had gone too far with Markham, who must be punished for his share in her downfall. It seemed pitifully clear now. Olga's bitterness choked and whelmed her. It seemed even worse that Hermia should be innocent. She dared not think of the picture she had made in Markham's mind when she had thrown herself into the scales, that he might weigh their frailties and compare them. Hermia innocent! How Olga hated her for it, and for her youth and beauty. They mocked and derided the tender flame that she had nourished, which now glowed ineffectually as in another, a greater light. She hated Hermia for all the things that she herself was not. Lucidity came to her slowly. After a long while she raised a disordered face and leaned her chin upon her hands, staring at the dying log. She had promised him not to speak. She could not. She had even promised to persuade de Folligny to silence. Had he mentioned the incident already? She did not know. He was not by nature a gossip, but Hermia had not been too tactful, and it was a good story, the sanctity of which, upon the mind of a man of de Folligny's temperament, might not be impressive. She would keep her promise to Markham and persuade Pierre to silence. No one should know by word of mouth. Olga started up, her eyes wide open, staring at the opposite wall, where there hung a colored print of a woodland scene by Morland, and a smile slowly grew at the end of her lips, a crooked smile that might have been merely quizzical had not the impression been unpleasantly modified by the narrowing eyes and the tiny wrinkle that suddenly grew between her brows. "I will do it," she muttered. "It may be amusing." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Mrs. Berkeley Hammond entertains. The heritage of the world comes at last to the pachyderms. Fate is never so unkind as to those who blindly resist her, and into the lap of stoic and unimpressionable she pours the horn of plenty. Trevelyan Morehouse had gone through life on the low gear. In fact, he had no change of gears, and needed none. He never hit it up on the smooth places, or burned out his tires on the rough ones, and was therefore always to be found in perfect repair. He was a good hill climber, and had a way of arriving at his destination no matter how difficult the going. When others passed him he let them go, and plodded on after them with solemn assurance, his gait so leisurely that rapid travelers had the habit of regarding his conservatism with undisguised contempt. And yet his perseverance, though inconspicuous, was singularly effective. He had won his way into the sanctorum of a big corporation, and his advice, though never brilliant, was always sane and peculiarly reliable. He did not mind rebuffs, and was so indifferent to indignities that people had ceased to offer them. Socially, he could always be trusted to do the usual thing in the usual way, and was therefore always much in demand by hostesses who required conventional limitations. In a word, he was the excellent Trevelyan, and the adjective fitted him as snugly as it did the well-known comestible with which it had come to be so comfortably and freely associated. His excellence lay largely in the fact that he did not excel. He was content with his subordinate capacity, wise in his confidence that all things would come to him in the end, if he only waited long enough. The same rules which he found so successful in business he now applied to his affair of the heart, and plodded off in the wake of the fast-flying Hermia, imperturbable and undismayed. His flowers had been sent to her with the regularity of the clock, his visits carefully timed, and his proposals renewed with a well-bred ardor. He had waited patiently through Hermia's short and sportive attachment for Reggie Armistead, and when their trial engagement reached its tempestuous conclusion, had stepped softly into the breach, rosy with hope and a definite sense that his time had come. Hermia liked him, had liked him for years. She had gotten used to him as one does to a familiar chair or an article of diet. He was a habit with her, like her bedroom slippers or her afternoon tea. He was comfortable, always safe and quite sane, which she was not, and she accepted him in the guise of counselor and friend with the same cheerful tolerance that she gave to her Aunt Harriet Westfield or to Mr. Winthrop of the Pilgrim Trust Company. When Hermia departed suddenly for Europe, her sportive idyl so suddenly shattered, Mr. Morehouse followed her in the next steamer. She had given him no definite encouragement, it was true, and yet he found reason to hope that the time was at hand when she must make some definite decision. In Europe, her brief disappearance from the scene of her usual activities had mystified him, and her return to her hotel, shabby and uncommunicative, had aroused a chagrin and an anxiety quite unusual to him. But he had sat and waited her pleasure, survived her turbulent moods, and had found his patience at last rewarded by her silent acquiescence in his presence and by an invitation to accompany her to Switzerland, where she was to join her Aunt Julia and the children. From the vantage point of his office window downtown, where he now sat and viewed the bleak perspective of the city, his memories of the summer with Hermia seemed a strange compound of brief blisses and more enduring pangs. They had been much seen together, and the announcement of their engagement, which had appeared in the newspapers, had not been surprising. Aunt Julia had favored his suit, and Mrs. Westfield had given him to understand that it was time Hermia married. But the fact remained that Hermia had not accepted him. His insistence had always provoked and still provoked one of two moods, either resentment or mockery. She either dismissed him in a dudgeon or cajoled him with elusive banter. Why was he so impatient? There was plenty of time. Was he sure that he wanted to marry her? What did he really know about her heart of hearts? Perhaps if he knew her better he might not want to marry her. He pleaded in patient calm. The world, it seemed, thought them engaged. Why shouldn't he be permitted to think so? She only laughed at him, and her heart of hearts had come to be the most profound enigma that it had ever been his fortune to study. So the prize, which he had thought most surely his own, still hung reluctantly upon the lip of the horn of plenty. It would not fall, and all the traditions of his experience forbade that he should jostle it. And so he only watched, with patient eyes and a physical restraint which could only be described as excellent. What did she mean by saying that if he knew her better he might not want to marry her? Vague doubts assailed him. Did he, after all, know her? What was this chapter of her life of which he knew nothing and to which she had so frequently alluded? Was it something which had happened to her in America? Or had it something to do with her disappearance last summer from Paris, after which she had returned sober and intolerant? He gave it up. He was always giving her up and then putting his doubts of her in his pocket with his neat handkerchief, plodding sedulously as before. He must wait. Everything that he had got in life had come from waiting, and Hermia, his philosophy told him, must be no exception to the rule. The winter drew on towards spring. Lent arrived, and society, quite bored and thoroughly exhausted, halted in the mad round of the one step and turned to calmer delights. Country places in adjacent counties were opened and guests flitted from one house to the other in a continuous round of visits. Mrs. Berkeley Hammond's invitations, whether to the big house near the park or to Rood's Knoll, her place in the country, were much in demand. The Hammonds had unlimited means, the social instinct, worthy family traditions, and a talent for entertainment, a combination of qualities and circumstances which explained the importance of this family in the social life of the city. The mantle of an older leader who had passed had fallen comfortably on Mrs. Hammond's capacious shoulders, and she wore it with a familiar grace which gave the impression that it had always been there. Conservative, the more radical called her, and radical, the conservative, but her taste and her chef were both above reproach, and her dinners, whether large or small, had the distinction which only comes of a rare order of tact and discrimination. Nor were her hospitalities confined to the entertainment of the indigenous. Visitors to New York, foreign celebrities, literary, artistic, or political, found within her doors a welcome and a company exactly suited to their social requirements. She liked young people, too, and contrived to let them know it, to the end that her dances, while formal, were gay rather than stodgy, juvenescent rather than patriarchal. The house at Rood's Knoll was a huge affair of brick and timbered plaster set in the midst of its 1,000 acres of woodland in the heart of the hills. Lent found it full of people, and its gaiety was reflected in other houses of the neighborhood, whose owners, like the Hammonds, kept open house. There was much to do. March went out like a lion, and the snow, which kept the more timid indoors at the cards, made wonderful coasting and sledding, of which latter these wearied children of fortune were not slow to take advantage. The ponds were frozen too, and skating was added to the sum of their rural delights. Hermia Challoner, who was visiting Caroline Anstell, joined feverishly in these pursuits, glad of the opportunity they afforded her of relief from her personal problems. There were some of her intimates here in the neighborhood, but she found greater security in the society of an older set of whom she had seen little in town, and in the pleasure of picking up these loose ends of these acquaintanceships she managed to forget, at least temporarily, her sword of Damocles. Olga Tcherny was one of Mrs. Berkeley Hammond's house guests, but she had not been in evidence on either of the occasions when Hermia had called. There was some excitement over an evening which Mrs. Hammond was planning to take place in the country during the latter days of Lent. The invitations were non-committal and merely mentioned the date and hour, but it was understood that everyone was to be there, and that an entertainment a little out of the ordinary was to be provided. It was therefore with a pleasurable anticipation that Hermia got down from the Anstell's machine on the appointed evening and followed her party into the great house. The rooms were comfortably filled but not crowded, and it seemed that the women had done their best to add their share to the merely decorative requirements of the occasion. The ballroom lights shimmered softly on the rich tissues of their costumes and caught in the facets of the jewels on their bared shoulders. Society was at its best, upon its good behavior, patiently eking out the few short days that remained to it of the penitential season. Hermia managed to elude the watchful Trevelyan and entered the ballroom with Beatrice Coddington and Caroline Anstell. Just inside she found herself face to face with the Countess Tcherny. She would have passed on, but Olga was not to be denied. "So glad to see you, Hermia, dear," she purred, her eyes lighting. "It's really dreadfully unlucky how seldom we've met this winter. You're a little thinner, aren't you? But it becomes you awfully." "Thanks," said Hermia. "I'm quite well. I hope you'll like the play. You know, and she whispered, "nobody knows. I wrote it." "Oh, really?" Hermia smiled coolly. "I hope it's quite moral." "Oh, you must judge for yourself," said Olga, and disappeared. The men, having searched the premises vainly for the bridge tables, resigned themselves to the inevitable and drifted by twos and threes into the ballroom, where they melted into the gay company which was now seated, or stood along the back and side walls, making a somber background for the splendid plumage of their dinner partners. "Tableaux vivants for $1," said Archie Westcott in bored desperation.
"Oh, rot," blurted out Crosby Downs in contempt. "What's the use? They'll be having Mrs. Jarley's waxworks next."
"Or the Dream of Fair Women."
"Or charades. Not a card in sight. Or a cigar. Rotten taste, I'd call it."
The music of the orchestra silenced these protests, and a ripple of expectation passed over the audience as the curtain rose, disclosing a sylvan glade and a startled nymph in meager draperies hiding from a faun.
The music trembled for a moment, and then, as the nymph was discovered, broke into wild concords, through which the violins sang tunefully as the chase began. It was not for some moments that the audience awoke to the fact that these must be the Austrian dancers whose visit to New York had been so widely heralded. Captured at last, the nymph was submissive, and the dance which followed revealed artistry of an order with which most of the spectators were unfamiliar. Even Crosby Downs ceased to grumble and wedged himself down the side wall where he could have a better view. The dance ended amid applause, and the audience, now really aroused from its lethargy, eagerly awaited the next rise of the curtain. The first part of the program, it seemed, was to be a vaudeville. A famous tenor sang folk songs of sunny Italy. Two French pantomimists did a graceful and amusing Pierrot and Pierrette. A comedian did a blackface monologue, and the first part of the program concluded with the performances of a young violinist, the son of a Russian tobacconist downtown, whom Mrs. Berkeley Hammond had discovered and was now sending to Europe to complete his musical education. A budding genius was the verdict, almost ready to blossom. The brief period of disquiet which had followed Hermia's meeting with Olga had been forgotten in her enjoyment of the performance and in the gay chatter of her companions and of her neighbors, back and front. When the curtain had fallen upon the violinist, there was a rustle of programs. "The Lady Orchestra," someone back of her read aloud. "A comedy with a sting. What's coming now? What's a lady orchestra? Does anyone know?" "A lady orchestra, my dear Phyllis," said Reggie Armistead, "is an orchestra lady." "An orchestra lady. I wonder what she plays." "The devil, probably. He's your most familiar instrument." "Reggie, I'm surprised at you. You know—" The remainder of Miss Van Vorst's speech was lost to Hermia, who sat staring speechless at the stage curtain, her body suddenly ice cold, all its blood throbbing in her temples. The lady orchestra. The words had fallen so lightly that their significance had dawned upon her slowly. This play, this comedy with a sting, was about her, Hermia, and John Markham. Olga had written it, and was even now watching her face for some sign of weakness. Olga, de Foligny, and how many others. Terror gripped her, blind terror, every instinct urging flight. But this, she knew, was impossible. She stared hard at the red curtain and swallowed nervously, sure now that whatever the play revealed, she must sit until its end, giving no sign of the tumult that raged within her. The eyes of the audience burned into the back of her head, and she seemed to read a knowledge of her secret in every careless glance thrown in her direction. This was a vengeance worthy of Olga, the refinement of cruelty. "What is it, Hermia?" she heard Caroline Anstill whispering. "Are you ill, dear?" "Oh, no, not at all. Why do you ask?" Coolly. "I thought you looked a little tired." I think it's the heat," said Hermia. "Sh, Carrie, there goes the curtain." If Hermia had been startled a moment ago, she now learned that she would have need of all her courage. The curtain revealed the marketplace of a French town on a fete day. To the left a row of penny shows, a man hedgehog, an homme sauvage, and an albino lady who told fortunes. To the right a platform backed by a canvas wall. surmounted by a sign in huge letters, Théâtre Tony Ricardo, flanked by rudely painted representations of the acts which were to be seen within. The setting was admirable, and brought forth immediate applause from the audience, under which Hermia hid her gasp of dismay. There were even pictures like those which Philidor had painted, of Cleofonte breaking chains, and of the child Stella flying in midair, and at one side the legend Aristide Bruant, painter of portraits at 2 francs 50, soldiers 10 sous. Sure now of the scene which was to follow, but outwardly quite composed, Hermia listened carelessly to the dialogue, saw the acrobat appear and the lady orchestra, who was the guilty heroine of the piece, take her place upon the platform beside him. Here the resemblance to reality ceased, for the heroine was dark and Aristide blonde and beardless, and yet this very discrimination on Olga's part seemed to point more definitely to Hermia even than if the characterization had been truthfully followed. The actors were professionals who had been well drilled in their parts, and the plot developed quickly in the dialogue between Madeleine, the erring wife, and Aristide, the recreant husband who had fled from fashionable Paris, met upon the road and joined this troop of caravanners that they might taste life together in rural simplicity and security. The dialogue was clever, if decadent, the situations amusing, the action rapid, the first act ending with the appearance of the irate wife of Aristide and the disappearance of the guilty couple just in time to avoid discovery. During the entr'acte, though the restless guests moved about, Hermia sat rooted to her chair, fascinated with horror. Her body seemed nerveless, and she feared that if she rose her limbs would not support her, or if they did support her she must fly like a mad thing from the house. And so she sat, a fixed smile frozen on her lips, greeting those who approached her. Beatrice Coddington left her seat, and Trevy Morehouse made haste to fill it. He had never seemed so welcome to Hermia as at the present moment, and his patient mien and quiet commonplaces did much to restore her composure, so that when the bell rang for the curtain of the second act, she was laughing with a brave show of enjoyment at Reggie and Phyllis, who seemed at the point of severing their amatory relations. Hermia was prepared for anything now. If her breach of conventions had found her out, there was no one, not even Olga, who would look at her and say that she was showing the white feather. She could see the play to its end now, for from Reggie's program she had learned that the setting for the second act was the interior of a shooting lodge in the forest, and when the curtain rose she was not surprised at the setting of the stage, which represented as accurately as possible the house of the Comte de Cahors in the forest of Écouves. The approach of the injured wife, discovered in time by the refugees through the half-open shutter, gives Aristide time to help the fictitious orchestra lady up a stair to the garret, where she is in concealment during the dramatic interview between husband and wife, which ends in the woman seizing a loaded rifle with the intention of killing both herself and her husband. In the struggle which ensues for the possession of the weapon, the gun is discharged. There is a cry overhead, and the figure of Madeleine
is seen to rise, opening the trap door, and then to fall the length of the stairs at the feet of the woman who has been wronged. The scene was admirably done and carried the audience to its conclusion in breathless silence. The lights of the ballroom, fortunately lowered, had hidden the pallor of Hermia's face, but she realized, when they suddenly blazed, that Trevi Morehouse was looking at her curiously, that her fingers were ice cold, and that, when she spoke a word or two in reply to his anxious query, her voice was strangely unfamiliar. As the applause ceased, there was a general movement toward the supper room. Hermia rose stiffly and moved as in a dream. Was it her own conscience that told her that Carol Governor was looking at her strangely, or that there was meaning in the glance and laughter of Mrs. Renshaw and Archie Westcott as she passed them? She tried to smile carelessly, but her muscles would not obey her. Would she never reach the door? People stopped and spoke, but she only nodded and passed on, intent upon the shadows of the hallway where the lights glowed dimly and the gaze of these people would no longer burn past her barriers, searching out the innermost recesses of her heart, which they read according to the hideous lie which Olga had told. A comedy with a sting, she had called it, and the sting meant for Hermia had poisoned the air with its venom. She leaned heavily on Trevi's arm, but she did not hear what he was saying, and as they passed the door into the hall, two men, neither of whom she knew, followed her pale face with their glances. Was it her tortured imagination that made her hear one of them say to the other after she had passed, "That's the girl"? What girl? Not herself? She gasped a question to Trevi. He smiled gaily. "Yes, they were pointing you out. Do you wonder that I'm proud?" Hermia stopped and faced him. She learned in that moment that the thing he had dreamed of was impossible. "Please order Mrs. Anstell's machine for me," she said quickly. "I'm going at once." "Are you ill? Shall I go with you?" "No, I want to go alone. Alone," she gasped. Vaguely troubled, he followed her anxiously to the door of the dressing room, but did her bidding. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Seats of the Mighty. The account of this atrocity did not reach John Markham for some weeks. With the exception of the people who came to the studio and the few men he met at the club where he dined, he saw little of society and troubled himself less with its affairs. His life was more secluded and his work more exacting than ever, and when he walked out, which he did in the late afternoons, he chose avenues which would not remind him of the things he was trying to forget. He had given up hope of Hermia, and though her vision persisted, it was not of the modish, self-contained creature who had received him so coolly that he thought. This was not the Hermia he had loved. That other girl, the joyous companion of his summer idyll, was no more. At times it almost seemed that she had never been. She had made it clear that she wished no more of him, and he had accepted her dictum without question. A more sophisticated lover would have laughed away the barriers she had interposed, followed her carelessly, and brought her to bay when he had proved or disproved the genuineness of her indifference. But Markham was singularly ingenuous, his reasoning as simple and direct as that of a child.
He had never understood the woman of society, and until Olga had appeared upon his horizon had let her severely alone. Hermia had been an accident, a divine accident. Her frankness had disarmed him, and he had followed his impulses blindly, as, it seemed to him then, she had followed hers. He gloried in the memory of their pilgrimage, its gaiety, its freedom, and the clean spirit with which they both had entered on it. He had believed in her, and in believing had let his heart carry him where it would, willing to forget that she might not be infallible. He had been so sure of her, so sure, and now he wiped his brushes on a square of cheesecloth, cleaned his palette, and lay in his chair frowning at the portrait, which smiled back at him with ironical amusement. It was curious, all his portraits now smiled. His reputation was based on his skill in making people happy in paint, painting all people happy but himself. Punchinello dancing while his Columbine lay dead. He straightened with a quick intake of the breath, then washed his brushes carefully and changed into street clothes. He was writing to one of his sitters when his knocker clanged, and a man in livery entered bearing a note. He opened it and read: "My dear Mr. Markham, I must see you at once on a matter of importance. Can you come up this afternoon for a dish of tea? I'm sending my car for you in the hope that your engagements will not forbid. If anything prevents today, won't you lunch with me tomorrow at 2? Very sincerely yours, Sarah Hammond." Markham frowned. There was no getting out of it, it seemed. "You have Mrs. Hammond's car below?" he said to the waiting footman. "Yes, sir. I was to get an answer or take you up, if you could go." "I'll go. I'll be down in a moment." The man retired, and Markham, somewhat mystified, reread Mrs. Hammond's note and got into his hat and overcoat. A matter of importance. Another commission, perhaps. She had already got him two, and yet it seemed, had it been that, she would have expressed herself differently. He went down and got into the elegantly appointed limousine, and in a while too short to solve his problem, was set down under the porte cochere of his patronne. He found her at the tea table, a stout but puissant figure in mauve and black. In the studio she had not bothered him. She had been merely an amiable millionaire in pearls and black satin. Here, in the majestic drawing room, with her small court gathered about her, she dominated him. He hesitated a second at the door before going forward, but when she saw him she rose at once and excused herself to her guests. After their departure she motioned him to a chair beside her and entered without delay upon her subject. Her manner was kindly, if restrained, and he saw at once that the matter was of a personal nature. "I suppose, Mr. Markham, you think it rather curious that I should have sent for you in such haste, but I shouldn't have done so had I not thought it necessary. You understand that, don't you?" Markham murmured something and waited for her to go on. "It seems a little difficult to begin, for there are some matters which are not easy even with a friend." "I am sure if there is anything in which I can help you." "There is, Mr. Markham. I should not have dared to speak to you if I hadn't, unfortunately, found myself brought into an affair in which your name has been mentioned." "My name?" "Yes, yours and Miss Challoner's." He blanched, and was immediately conscious that her small eyes were watching him keenly. "What have you heard, Mrs. Hammond?" he blurted out. "One moment, Mr. Markham. I don't want you to think that I am the kind of woman who seeks to pry into the affairs of other people. I don't. I abominate meddlers and will have nothing to say, even if after I tell you what my motives are you refuse to answer my questions. But a great wrong has been done, an advantage taken of my hospitality. I speak of the theatricals which took place at my house in the country last month." He stared at her blankly, and she smiled. "I forgot," she went on, "what a hermit you are. Of course you have not heard." She leaned over the tea table and took a slip of paper from under a tea dish. "I shall let you read this so that you may know in just what terms New York is speaking of you, of me, of us." She handed him the clipping. It was from a weekly paper which concerned itself with the doings of society, and he read, his eyes glowing. "The much heralded theatricals at Rood's Knoll have come and gone, but the echoes of this affair are still reverberating the length of the avenue. It seems that the very clever play, written by a well-known woman of society, was based upon fact, and that the hero and heroine of the adventures depicted are in New York, the girl in question a member of the hunting set, and the man a distinguished portrait painter, both of whom shall be nameless. As everyone knows, the play is laid in rural France, and deals with the loves of a French countess who has fled from her husband to join her lover, also married, upon the road, where they become members of a band of strolling mountebanks, the lady masquerading as a dame orchestre and the gentleman as an itinerant painter of portraits." Markham stopped, his eyes seeking those of his hostess. "The play was given," he said hoarsely, "at your house?" "It was, Mr. Markham," she said simply. "Read it through to the end, please." He did so, his horror increasing as the full significance of the description grew upon him. Hermia had seen, had read this. They were talking about her and about him. He could not understand. "You said that Miss Challoner's name had been mentioned, and mine," he said slowly. "There is no name mentioned here. The identity of the people." "Your names have been mentioned, Mr. Markham, in my presence. The story back of this vile clipping is on the lips of every gossip in town. Where it originated heaven only knows, but facts are given and dates which make it ugly in the extreme. I thought it best that you should know, and sent for you to assure you that I had no knowledge about the play and its possible reference to anyone." "The play," he said quietly, "was written by Madame Tcherny?" She nodded, her eyes regarding him soberly. "What shall I do, Mr. Markham? If there's some basis of truth in the reports I hear, I have been grossly imposed upon, and whatever the facts, have done a great wrong both to you and Hermia. Unfortunately, she has left New York, and I don't know where to find her. She left town, I am informed, the day after the play was given. I wish she hadn't. It makes things awkward for me. I have the best intentions in the world, but if she ties my hands by silence, what can I do?" Markham had risen and was pacing the floor slowly, his head bent, all his thoughts of Hermia. Olga's cruelty stunned him. She had promised not to speak. Had she spoken other than in this ingenious drama? Or was it de Folligny? His fists clenched and his jaws worked forward. De Folligny, a man. Here was something tangible, a man, not a woman, to deal with. He turned and stood beside the tea table, struggling for the control of his voice. "Who has told this story, Mrs. Hammond?" he asked at last. She shrugged her capacious shoulders and settled her head forward in his direction. "Frankly, I don't know. Thank God I'm not in any way responsible for that part of this misfortune. I only know that Olga Tcherny wrote the play. As to her motives in doing so, I am at a loss. But if I thought she used my house, violated my hospitality at the expense of one of my guests, to serve some private end, I would." The good lady grew red in the face, and then, controlling herself after a moment, "I would find some means of getting her the punishment she deserved. Hermia Challoner was there," she went on quickly. "Her appearance was remarked. She looked ill and left the house before supper. You were invited too, Mr. Markham, if you will remember, but would not come. I confess I'm at my wits' ends. I shall not question you. All I ask is your advice." Markham raised his head and looked her in the eyes for a moment. She was much distressed at the position, and the friendliness of her look was all that could be desired. He hesitated a moment, weighing his duty with his inclination. What was best for Hermia? How could he serve her? How build a bulwark to dike the flood of scandal which threatened her in her flight? A lie? Obviously that wouldn't do, for Mrs. Hammond believed in him, and the story had gone too far, was too diabolic in its accuracy, for a flat denial without explanation. The truth? His hostess still regarded him patiently. He searched her with his eyes, his gaze finally falling. "If one is guiltless, one does not fear the truth," he muttered slowly. "Nor does virtue fear a lie. But a half-truth will damn even the innocent, Mrs. Hammond." "There is some basis, then, for the stories they are telling?" she asked kindly. "My lips have been sealed. I'm not sure that I have the right to open them now, but I will. I don't think I could pay you a higher compliment than by trusting Miss Challoner's fate entirely in your hands." Mrs. Hammond, now keenly interested, smiled at him encouragingly. "Thanks, Mr. Markham. I'm not so old that I have forgotten how to be human." He glanced around the room and lowered his voice. "You know Hermia, Miss Challoner, very well, Mrs. Hammond?" "Since her infancy. A creature of moods, willful, wayward, if you like, but the soul of honor and virtue." He bowed his head. "Thanks. You make it easier for me," he said. "I want you to understand first, Mrs. Hammond, that I alone am responsible for this misfortune. Miss Challoner and I met upon the highroad in Normandy entirely by chance. I was doing the country afoot, as is my custom in summer. Her machine was destroyed in an accident. She was alone. I asked her to go with me. She accepted my invitation. It was mad of me to ask her, mad of her to accept, but she did accept. We were together more than a week, traveling afoot by day,
sleeping in the open when the weather was fine, and indoors when I could find a room for her. I had moments of inquietude at my responsibility, for I had done wrong in letting her go with me. She was a child and trusted me. I began by being amused. I ended by, good God, Mrs. Hammond, I worshipped her. I couldn't have harmed her. She was sacred to me and is now. You must understand that." His hostess's expression, which had grown grave during this recital, relaxed a little. "I think I understand, Mr. Markham. I am keenly interested. Where does Olga Tcherny come in?" Her question bothered him. He thought for a moment and then went on, deliberately postponing a reply. "Our relations were clearly established from the first. We had met before, you know, earlier in the summer, and I had visited at Westport. She liked and understood me, and was sensible enough to tell me so, and she attracted me, curiously. I had always lived a solitary sort of existence. She simply ignored my prejudices and overrode them. She invaded my life and took it by storm. She was like the sudden capriccioso after the largo in a symphony. She was youth and joy, and she got into my blood like an elixir. I loved her for all the things she was that I was not, but I did not tell her so, not then. I hid my secret, for I knew that if she guessed, it would make a difference to us both." He raised his head and went on more rapidly. "We joined a company of strolling mountebanks. Oh, that was true enough, and went with them as far as Alençon. Hermia, Miss Challoner, was a dame orchestre, and I a lightning artist. We made our living in that way. It was quite wonderful how she played, wonderful how she forgot what she was, how she became what I wanted her to be, an earthling among earthlings. With them she lived in poverty and discomfort, learned the meaning of weariness, and felt the pinch of hunger." He smiled. "I suppose you wonder why I'm telling you all this, Mrs. Hammond. I wanted you to understand just what the pilgrimage was, how little it had in common with what you have heard these people saying." "I know, Mr. Markham, I understand," she said gently. Her eyes softened and she looked past him as though back through a vista of the years. "It was romance, the true romance," she murmured. "She borrowed a week from immortality, that for once she might be herself. She was free from this thraldom, free. She worked hard," he went on after a moment, "and she earned what money she made, and so did I. But I was bothered. My sins were pursuing me. One day we saw upon the road a man Miss Challoner had met, and at Alençon—" "Olga Tcherny?" asked Mrs. Hammond keenly. Markham paused, looked beyond her, and went on. "And at Alençon, when we were giving a performance, someone I knew appeared and recognized me. Need I mention names?" "Not if you prefer to be silent. And the hunting lodge?" "We fled from Alençon that night and took refuge from the rain in a house in the forest. Miss Challoner was dead tired. We had been up since sunrise, so we stayed there, thinking ourselves safe. But in the morning—" He paused. Mrs. Hammond had risen and was fingering the flowers on the tea table. "In the morning," she finished dryly, "Olga Tcherny found you there. I understand." He rose and faced her uncomprehendingly. "Mrs. Hammond, do you mean that you believe as she did?"
She turned quickly and thrust forth both of her plump jeweled hands, and he saw that her friendliness was in no way diminished. "I'm not one to believe half truths, Mr. Markham, when I hear whole ones," she said, smiling rosily. "If you had lied to me, I should have known it. But you didn't, and I believe in you." She released his hand and made him sit again. "I have never been so entertained and delighted since hundreds of years ago," she sighed. "You were mad, quite mad, both of you. And Hermia." She stopped, sat quickly upright, and while he watched her, laughed deliberately. "Hermia comes back to New York and engages herself to Trevelyan Morehouse. The excellent Trevelyan, after Arcadia. And you?" She read his face like an open book, her humor dying in a gentle smile. "It doesn't matter about me, Mrs. Hammond," he said quietly. "But I think it does," she insisted. "Do you mean that you can't understand?" "Understand what, Mrs. Hammond?" "How that poor child has suffered. Do you mean that you don't know why it is that she has ignored you and fled to Trevelyan Morehouse?" He made no reply. "Then I can't help you. There is nothing in the world denser than a lover. The object of his affections is large in his eyes, so large that the focus is blurred. He can't see her, that's all. Hermia was terror-stricken, and you were not aware of it. She knew that she was clean and that you were, and the dirt that threatened her idol too." She stopped abruptly and looked past him. "I'm afraid I've said too much, Mr. Markham. That is because I see how foolish you have been, both of you, in this affair. It's none of my business." She fingered the clipping on the table and went on vigorously. "As to this infamous story that they are telling, I shall find means to stop it. How, I don't know just yet. This paper shall print a retraction. I'll manage that. Olga Tcherny, I beg of you. Olga Tcherny's career in New York is ended. She shall never enter my house or the house of any of my friends. That play was a lie written with a motive. She used me shamefully, made me an accomplice, and placed me in the undesirable position of sponsor of her villainies." She rose, walked to the window, and looked out upon the avenue, her lips taking firmer lines of resolution. He watched her in silence, and when she spoke her tones were short and decisive. "With your permission, Mr. Markham," she said at last, "as Hermia's friend and yours, I shall deny this story in every detail. You must provide me with an alibi." She turned back into the room and faced him. "You were not in Normandy last summer. That is positive." He smiled. "I am in your hands," he said. "Where were you?" "In Holland, if you like. I've tramped there." "And Hermia?" "In Switzerland. She went there after leaving me. There was a party. Morehouse was with her. It's easily proved." "Good. We must lose that week somewhere. It must be wiped from the calendar. If Hermia only hadn't run away." "Mrs. Westfield is still here, I believe," he ventured. She deliberated a moment. "Excellent. I shall see her at once. Together we will manage it. You are to leave things to me. I'm not without influence here in New York, Mr. Markham. We shall see. All I ask is that you avoid seeing Olga or taking the matter into your own hands. That would only make a noise, an unpleasant noise. Will you promise me?" He was silent. She examined him curiously. "You think you know who told this story?" she asked. "Yes." "You think it was not Olga?" "Yes. She gave me her word she would say nothing. I believed her." "Was it
She paused. "The man we met upon the road in Normandy was Monsieur de Folligny, Mrs. Hammond."
"Oh, I see." She fingered the sugar tongs a moment. "And you want to question him?" she asked then.
I would like to find out if it was he who told."
"And then thrash him? You want the papers full of the whole affair, with portraits of the principals and a description of your romantic—"
"God forbid!"
"How like a man! To get a girl talked about, and then of course to want to thrash somebody. I've no patience with you. You must promise to behave yourself or I'll wash my hands of the whole affair." He smiled down at his clasped hands.
"I suppose you are right," he muttered.
"Right. Of course I am. This is a case which will require the most careful handling, a case for the subtlest diplomacy. If I am going to risk my reputation for veracity and jeopardize my hopes of heaven by the fibs that I must tell in your behalf, I don't propose to have my efforts spoiled by senseless bungling. Will you give me your promise?" He shrugged.
"I suppose there's nothing left for me to do."
She leaned forward toward the tea table with a laugh. "I'm so glad that you are sensible. Now we shall have our tea. I owe you apologies. My business seemed more urgent than my hospitality." They sat and chatted for a while, Markham sipping his tea and wondering why he was imparting to this stout and very amiable old lady all his life's secrets. A half hour later, when he rose to go, he realized that he had told her all about his week in Vagabondia, including its sudden termination. She surprised him at intervals by the sympathy of her appreciation, and at others equally serious by an unseemly mirth or an impatience which they had not merited. But when he got up to go, she followed him to the door and gave him both of her hands again. "I like you, John Markham. You're quaint, a relic of a less flippant age. I'm sorry you won't accept any of my invitations, but I'll forgive you if you'll promise to do as I bid you." "I'm deeply grateful to you, Mrs. Hammond. Of course I shall be obedient. I will do whatever you ask of me." She released him and gave him a gentle push toward the door. "Then go and find Hermia."
"I, Mrs. Hammond?"
"Yes, you, at once."
"But—"
"And when you find her, marry her. Do you hear? It's the happiest issue out of your afflictions." She laughed again, rather mischievously. "You know, I think you owe her that."
You—"
"She is waiting for you somewhere. Find her. Leave the rest to me. Now go." He halted again, incredulous, but she waved him past the door, where a man appeared to help him into his coat, and so he bowed his thanks and went out into the dusk of the avenue, his brain teeming with nebulous inconsistencies. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Brass Bell. Hermia, waiting for him. What did Mrs. Hammond mean? Was the woman mad? Hermia had fled from New York, her proud little head bent before this cruel story, which, of course, had gathered impetus in the telling, and now indicted her of sins unwritten in the fair page of her experience. Poor child, she had suffered, and he, fool that he was, had sat in his studio, the victim of his false pride, wrapped in his own ego while this vile plot was brewing. He might have done something if he had had his wits about him, instead of hiding his head like an ostrich and imagining himself unseen. Olga, he did not dare to think of Olga Tcherny or of de Folligny. He had given his word to Mrs. Hammond to leave the entire matter in her hands. Even while she had given him her word not to speak, she had been planning this refined vengeance, probably knew that Pierre de Folligny had already made a good story of their adventure for some of his new intimates at the club. He would have a reckoning with her some day, and with de Folligny. His fingers tightened on his stick, and an angry tide warmed his face and temples. Had he met them there upon the avenue at that moment, all his promises to Mrs. Hammond must have been forgotten, and he would have made short work of that unspeakable gentleman. Of Olga Tcherny he thought with hardly less rancor. At one time, a year ago now, Olga had loomed large upon his horizon. Now, in the light of his present knowledge of her, he wondered how he could have ever thought of her friendship seriously. She belonged in an atmosphere too sophisticated for his simple rustic soul. She had always lied to him. Her friendship was a lie. Her love, too, a lie. That declaration, good God! And he had been actually at the point of being sorry for her. He had nothing to regret now with regard to Olga Tcherny. She had wiped the slate clean and made a new account at poor Hermia's expense. Hermia in exile and suffering. Her innocence could not make her heart pangs any the less real. Like a child she had followed the line of least resistance, and seeking freedom from the trammels of convention had obeyed her impulses blindly. It was such a trivial transgression to find so crushing a retribution. And he, Markham, walked the streets of New York, the envied hero of an amourette. This was the law which says that women may sin if they are not found out, and that men may sin when they please. Poor little penitent, atoning for sins uncommitted. All his heart went out to her, and his memory, passing the forbidding vision of her last appearance, now pictured the real Hermia that he knew, a brave, buoyant Hermia who knew nothing of discouragements and greeted the sunrise with a smile, her head now bowed and, like Niobe, all tears. Was she waiting for him? If so, why had she not written? A line and he would have sped to her. She knew that. She must have known it when she had fled. Where was she now? At Westport, perhaps? In the South somewhere? Alone with her maid? Avoiding the newspapers? Seeking the company of strangers that her ears might not hear, or her eyes see the record of her transgression? Had she gone abroad again? Who would know? He might inquire of Phyllis Van Vorst or Caroline Anstell over the telephone. But when he reached his rooms and had taken up the receiver, he saw that even this information was denied to him. Any manifest interest or anxiety on his part with regard to Hermia would be regarded with suspicion. Nor was he any more positive than before that his quest would meet with the approval of its object. He was powerless. There was nothing for him but to wait. The thought of going to his club to dine was repellent to him. The story that Mrs. Hammond had let him read was not common property and though none of his acquaintances would have had the bad taste to mention his connection with it, his appearance among them must revive its disagreeable details at Hermia's expense. So for some days he dined alone at an obscure restaurant, glooming over the evening paper and wondering what could be done. Night after night he walked the street until at last, wearied and no nearer the solution of his problem, he went home and to bed, to toss restlessly most of the night and plan impossibilities. Through his thoughts the friendship of Mrs. Berkeley Hammond hovered comfortingly. She was not a woman to promise idly. She had been interested in his story and felt herself morally bound to make some sort of restitution to Hermia for her own unwilling responsibility in the attention that had been drawn to it. He did not doubt that she would use all her influence to minimize the effect of Olga's machinations, and he felt sure, with such a friend at court, that Hermia need have little fear from the opinions of Mrs. Hammond's friends and her own. And these, after all, were the only opinions that mattered to her. An early morning, a few days after the interview with Mrs. Hammond, found Markham at his studio, somber and dark-eyed, regarding his latest work with a savage eye of disapproval. He didn't feel like working, and by a piece of good fortune his time was free for him to do what he chose. He would have liked, above all things, to have employed it in a visit to the house of Olga Tcherny, and thence with dispatch to the hotel of Monsieur de Foligny, where what remained of his wrath could be honestly expended in a manner befitting the occasion. This occupation being denied him, there was nothing left but to take what pleasure he could from the mental picture that he made of it. At last he rose and groped for his tobacco. A precious lot of good that would do him. It would have been a pity, too, because murder, even such justifiable murder, had not yet received the sanction of society as represented in the New York Department of Police. He paced the floor restlessly and brought up before his desk, where the janitor of the building had a few moments ago laid the morning mail. He took it up idly and glanced over it, a note or two in the fashionable feminine scrawl about sittings, a letter from a frame maker, one from his Paris agent, and the usual litter of circulars. He took them up one by one, opened them, put some of them aside, and consigned others to the paper basket. A small package lay at the bottom of the pile, an unobtrusive package neatly tied with string, evidently an advertisement of some sort, of a paint or of a canvas. He was about to drop it with the others when he was made aware that as he turned the small parcel over it emitted a tinkle as of two metal objects striking together. He turned it again and examined the address and stamp. His name was printed in ink as though with a bad pen, and the stamp was French. Now, really curious as to its contents and aware of its individuality, he cut the string and opened it. There was an inner wrapping of tissue paper containing a small white pasteboard box, which bore the name of a fashionable New York jeweler, and inside the box the origin of the tinkle was revealed in a small brass bell. He took the object out, his wonder growing, and held it suspended between his thumb and forefinger. A brass bell no larger than his thumbnail, a tarnished little trinket, no longer new, which tinkled merrily under his astonished gaze. He examined the thing more carefully
his bewilderment increasing, noting the curious construction, which was unlike that of the toy bells which had adorned the necks of the woolly beasts abroad at Christmas time. It was heavy for its size, and when he moved it had a decisive and very mellow note. Who would send him a thing like this, and why? There must have been a mistake. He took up the paper wrapper from the waste basket and examined it with renewed interest. John Markham, Esquire, West, TH Street, New York City, with a stamp of the French Republic and a postmark of what were the postmarks? Paris, of course. And the other? VAL-E. Valence? Valence was in the south of France on the Rhone. He had never been there. No, that wouldn't do. VAL-L-E. Vallecy. A brass bell from Vallecy. Still he did not understand. He took the object up again and scrutinized it, its meaning dawning slowly. Vallecy. That was the village where he and Hermia had stayed with Mere Guegou. There was the garden of those golden roses where the bell. It was from Hermia's headdress, the belled cap of the femme orchestre. He knew it now. It was a token. Hermia had sent it from Vallecy. A token. In high excitement he examined the obscure postmark again. The accent on the E, a little smudged, but quite legible. Hermia had sent the bell as a token from Vagabondia, which meant that she was there in Pere Guegou's garden, whither she had fled when her own world had renounced her. She was waiting for him. She needed him, and took this means of showing him that all things that had happened to them both since they had parted in the forest at Sées were to be forgotten, that they were both to take life up from Vallecy. He stood a moment in joyous uncertainty, his glance on the clock, then, quickly wrapping the memento in its tissue paper, thrust it into his coat pocket, and in a moment was striding like a madman down the street. At his apartment he rang for a taxicab, thrust a few things into a suitcase, wrote a note or two, and in half an hour was on his way to the bank and then to the steamship wharf. He had no definite plans except that he must take the first steamer which left New York for Europe. A brief glance at his morning paper advised him of 2 sailings this morning, one for Havre and the other for Cherbourg, and he had made up his mind to take one steamer or the other. The taxicab crawled, it seemed, and on the way downtown was caught in a block of traffic which delayed him for 10 minutes, during which he fumed silently. But he reached the dock with scarcely a quarter of an hour to spare, and after a difficulty which was cleared away, found himself upon the deck of the Kaiserin Augusta, a somewhat flustered individual, with many loose ends dangling in retrospect, with no cabin as yet assigned to him, sober of face but inexpressibly happy. It was really not until his ship was well out at sea and the voyage fairly begun that Markham had the opportunity to settle down comfortably and meditate upon the surprising events of the morning. He found a steamer chair in a quiet place and then gave himself up to his thoughts. He took the tiny object from his breast pocket and turned it over in his fingers. Of course it was Hermia's. The wonder was that he had not recognized it at first glance. This bell and its other small companions had tinkled their way into his heart at each step she had taken from the long road from Evreux to Alençon,
tinkled merrily at Passy, joyously at Vallecy, disdainfully at Verneuil, and contentedly at Lamel. Alençon had made them tragic, so they had been packed in Hermia's bundle, which went with her to Sées, and were heard no more, except in a faint tinkle of protest as she was put aboard the train for Paris. Wonderful bells they were, tiny chimes that had rung in the season of their joy and lingered in their memory, never to be forgotten. Tokens. Hermia had realized it. Symbols of her greatest happiness and his, with life reduced to the simplest elements, in which there had been no place for the extravagant commonplaces of the other life which they both had lived and endured. Hermia had fled to Vallecy, to the motherly breast of Mere Guegou, and there perhaps was weeping out her troubles. He took out the square paper. He had clipped it with his penknife, which bore the address, and examined it again. This and the bell were all he had had to start him off on this fateful pilgrimage, but they were enough. She could not have written him after her treatment of him in New York. She had thrown herself upon his mercy, given her message ambiguity, that he might ignore it if he chose, or read, as she had hoped he would, the message of her heart across the distances. It was the message of a vagabond like himself, as definite a message as the gypsy patteran which shows the way from one camp to another. His patteran pointed to Vallecy, that lovely village by the Arth, where he had first told Hermia that he loved her. Beyond Vallecy had come misunderstanding, bitterness, misfortune. She had chosen that spot as though by instinct. She wanted him to remember her there where love had first been spoken, alone and waiting for him among the roses of Pere Guegou. He started up from his chair in bewilderment, staring blankly at the sunlit sea, suddenly mindful of the fact that in the hurry of getting away he had not cabled her. He threw his rugs aside and made his way hastily to the office, to find, unluckily, that the wireless had gotten out of order and that it might be several hours before it was repaired. He strolled on deck again, thoughtful, suddenly impressed with the potency of the charm that had called him. The thought of replying to her message had not until this moment entered his head. All that he had been able to think of was that he must get to her at once, follow the pattern at top speed. He had done so, and now unhappily remembered a dozen neglected people who must wonder at his extraordinary disappearance. But he only smiled joyously. He had another engagement. He took up his walk along the promenade deck, careless of the enemies he had made, careless of the friendships he might lose, all his thoughts of the small vagabond at Vallecy. His inability to communicate with her by wireless set him thinking, wasn't that too a symbol? If he got a message over, what would be its effect? Would she still wait for him, looking forward to the precious hour of their meeting, or would her mind change at the last moment and send her flying from him again? This was more like Hermia, the real Hermia that he knew. He feared her moods still, and if he refused to cable her, would her patience last until he got to France? He cast his memory over the months that had passed in New York. He guessed how much she had suffered. He had followed her social career through the newspapers, and he knew now that she had gone gaily, that she might hide her terror. She was tired, poor child, tired in body and spirit. and that was why she had not stayed in Paris among the fashionable people she knew there. That was why she had fled to Vallecy, where at least she might be at peace, unreminded by those of her own social sphere of the villainous story which pursued her. There at Vallecy she sat remote, with her own innocence for company, convalescent amid these primitive surroundings from the sickness that her world had given her. She would wait for him if she wasn't sure that he would come. He smiled. He would not send the wireless, nor would he wire her from Cherbourg. A search of the postmark of his much beloved package revealed the date, Avril 22. She had sent her token on the 22nd of April, and it was now only the 2nd of May. 10 days only had passed, and he was already well on his way to her. In less than a week more he would be at Vallecy. She would wait for him. Markham, as will be observed, was learning something about women, about one woman at least, the only woman in the world who mattered. The voyage seemed interminable, though the ship was a fast one, and the day's run, on paper, highly satisfactory. He knew no one aboard but some of the officers with whom he had crossed before, and he was thankful that he was therefore left alone with his thoughts, which were infinitely more pleasing to him than the chatter of the salon or smoking room. He read novels, or tried to, but his own story was so much more interesting, so much more real than those he could find, that he gave them up after a trial or two and lived again his own romance. The time to take it up again where he had left it off came slowly, but at last the Lizard hove into sight and the passengers for France prepared for debarkation. Morning of the next day found Markham in the express to Paris. Evreux was his station, and from there to Verneuil was a little over an hour, most of it along the road he and Hermia had so blithely traveled. The road from Verneuil to Vallecy, he would cover it afoot if there were no vehicles to be begged, borrowed, or stolen. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Madcap by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Duo. At some distance from the village street he dismissed the vehicle which had brought him from Verneuil, a rickety affair drawn by an emaciated horse, and suitcase in hand strode up the hill toward the house of Madame Guégout, the garden wall of which was visible beyond the flowering orchard. The air was laden with odors, sweet with the smell of the fruit blossoms and early shrubs. In the meadow to the left some goats were grazing, and as he passed, the Weather raised his head and examined him incuriously, its bell clanging solemnly. The sun was already beyond the profile of the forest, beyond the sleepy village, and against the warm sky thin threads of purple smoke ascended in perpendicular lines and then drifted lazily down to the mist of the valley below. Nature breathed slowly, deeply, as though aware that its state was not a matter of days or even of years, but of an eternity during which its evolution must not be hurried. After the turmoil of steamer and railroad, this silence was oppressive. Minute sounds came to Markham across the distances: the bark of a dog, the lowing of cattle, a shutter closing, human voices near and far, each one distinct, but each mellowed and softened as though strained through a silver mesh. He missed the shudder of the steamer, the rattle of the train, the jolting even of the station wagon from which he had just descended, for they were all a part of the fever of his voyage, made in such mad haste, sounds which had soothed and given him patience, their very turbulence assuring him that he was losing no time upon the way. And now that he had reached his destination, a violent reaction had set in. He was still moving forward toward the house with the walled garden, but a fear obsessed him that perhaps, after all, there had been a mistake. What if, after all, Hermia were not here? His suitcase gained in weight, and he perspired gently. Why hadn't he cabled her at the first moment of his decision to sail? Or why hadn't he relayed his wireless across when the opportunity had offered? All his hopes seemed to be slipping from his finger ends. Was this Vagabondia? It seemed different somehow. He was aware of his neatly creased trousers, his bowler hat, his gloves, and the leather bag which reeked of sophistication. He was an anachronism, or Vallecy was. They were not atune. He and Vallecy clashed discordantly. Timorously, almost upon tiptoe, he reached the village street. A dog emerged from a field, sniffed at the crease of his trousers suspiciously, and growled. At this moment Markham desired anything but commotion, so he chirped to the animal and strode on, his head bent, his gaze on the portal of the ancien, which, as he noted, was forbiddingly closed. He paused a moment, eyeing the cur which stopped when he stopped, still regarding him uncertainly. And then, summoning his courage, he went to the door and knocked. This noise, which sounded faintly enough to Markham, seemed to be the demonstration of hostility the dog was waiting for, and it began barking furiously, snapping almost at Markham's immaculate heels, a signal which was taken up immediately, near and far, by every cur in the village. Curious heads were poked out of windows, and at last, after a few moments, his door was opened just wide enough for the head of his former hostess to inspect him. "Madame Guegou," he began uncertainly, and then paused. The door opened a trifle wider. "It is I," she remarked, her gaze on the suitcase. "I can buy nothing, monsieur." He laughed uneasily. "You do not remember me, madame?" he asked. She relinquished the doorknob and emerged, inspecting his clothing. "You are from Paris, of course. Last year, perhaps, you came?" "I did, last summer, madame. I am Philidor, the artist." "You, monsieur, you, Philidor." She leaned forward upon the step, her eyes searching his face. "Philidor was not such as you. He wore a beard and—" She suddenly caught him by the shoulder and turned him toward the sunset. "I might think, and yet—" "I am Philidor," he repeated, laughing. "I came in search of Yvonne." "You are he. It is true. The saints be praised." She threw the door inside open and called, "Jules! Jules! He is come! Monsieur Philidor is here." The ancien limped forward from the inner darkness, showing his gums. "I knew it," he cried triumphantly. "Did I not say that he would return?" Markham took the bony fingers, his anxious gaze going past them toward the glow of the kitchen. "And Yvonne?" he asked feverishly. "She is within?" "She is here, yes, she is here, waiting for you." He dropped his valise and strode past them eagerly. A pot simmered upon the fire. The table gave evidence of a recent repast, and a pile of dishes nearby stood mutely in evidence. But of Hermia there was no sign.
"Tiens,"
Madame Guegou was muttering.
"she was here but a moment ago. In the garden, perhaps."
He dashed out of the rear door and down the graveled walk.
"Hermia!" he called, and then again, "Hermia!"
He reached the arbor just in time to see her speed across the lower end of the meadow and vanish into the trees. Hatless, he leaped the low wall and followed, joy giving him wings, while the old couple wonderingly watched from the doorway. They were mad, these two. She had been waiting for him a month, and now she fled. Mad? But what was love but madness? Markham sprang into the cover of the trees where he had seen her disappear, and followed the path up the hill breathlessly. She would escape him now, even when she had sent for him and he had come to her. She could not go far. The cover was thin. He would have called again, but he spared his breath, for he knew that she would not reply. He reached the end of the path and scanned the hill beyond. She could not have gone that way. He turned and plunged among the pine trees to his right, where the woods were thicker. It was getting darker, but he saw her white skirt, gray in the shadows, saw it, lost it, and found it again in the deep woods. He sprang forward over fallen trees, through brambles, over rocks, down the slope to the stream side, and caught her behind a tree where she had hidden away from him. "Hermia!" he cried. "Hermia, you witch! What a dance you've led me! But I have you now. I have you." And so he had, in both of his arms, his lips seeking hers, but she denied him. "Did you think you could escape me again?" he laughed. "When I've come half across the world for you?" You frightened me," she gasped. "How did I frighten you?"
"I didn't expect you."
"You sent for me."
I thought you would have cabled."
He laughed joyously. "Cabled the hour of my arrival and found you missing? I know you now, you see. I took no chances. As it is, you tried to get away."
"I didn't get far."
"That wasn't your fault. You tried. Why did you run?" She was silent, her head still hidden. He repeated the question.
I don't know."
"Do I frighten you now?"
"Not so much."
He held her more closely in his arms and kissed the crown of her head, which was the only object offered. "I know," he whispered, "because you had given me everything except yourself, and you knew that I would take that."
No.
"What then?"
Silence. "I had feared."
She paused. "What had you feared?"
"That you might not come. You didn't reply."
"This is my reply."
He raised her lips slowly to his own and took them. Her eyes were closed as though she feared to open them and show him the dawn of her womanhood. But in a moment her figure relaxed in his arms and her head sank upon his shoulder in token of surrender.
"Mad little Hermia," he whispered.
"Mad no longer,"
she sighed. "You must prove it. I'll not let you go until I'm sure you won't go flying from me again."
"I don't want you to let me go. I want you to hold me tight. It is rest. I'm tired of going. I want to stay here."
"You love me?"
This time she opened her eyes wide and let him see that what she said was true. She had outgrown her adolescence, her madness, unless it could be called madness to love as she did. Her eyes were deep wells of mystery in which he saw, as from the distant brink above, his own image, clear amid the shadows. There were signs of trouble in them, too, as though she had thought long and distressfully, but greater than the marks of pain were the sweeter tokens of a love and trust unalterable.
She sank upon a rock, he beside her, her head on his breast. The dusk fell swiftly, its shadows enfolding them. He kissed her again and again. Her lips trembled upon his as she murmured the words so long unspoken. "Philidor, I love you. I love you. It was so long, the waiting." "You needn't have waited, dear," he said gently. "Oh, don't reproach me. I can't bear it. It had to be. Olga, she smirched us, your love and mine, made—" He stopped her lips with kisses, smiling inwardly and thinking of the wisdom of Mrs. Hammond. "There is no Olga," he murmured. "No gossip but the whisper of the stream which knows the truth." "Yes, the truth. That's all that matters, isn't it? But that play, shall I ever forget it?" "Sh, child. You must forget. A lie never lives." "I will forget. I don't care now. Let them say what they choose. But I did suffer, Philidor." "And I. You were cruel, dear." "I had to be cruel. I feared that I—" She paused and he questioned gravely. "I feared that you, too, might have misjudged me there in the woods at Ceyze, that I had cheapened myself to you, that I had been unwomanly." "Hermia."
"I don't know what possessed me after Olga appeared. She poisoned the very air with doubt. I was desperate. I didn't seem to care what happened. I don't know what I wanted. I think if you had taken me then and held me as you do now, held me close to you and had not let me go as you did, you might have had me to do as you willed. But you relinquished me."
"I had to, dear."
"Yes, I understand now. I couldn't then. I wanted to hurt you as I was hurt. Your sanity made me desperate. I couldn't understand why you should be so sane while I was not. You were greater than I, and though I loved you for it, oh, Philidor, how I loved you, I meant that you should pay for my heartthrobs, that you should pay for Olga, for everything."
"I have paid."
"Forgive me. I suffered doubly in knowing that you suffered. I fled from you and hid my heart as a miser would bury his treasure. But your letters, forwarded from Paris, followed me. Oh, Philidor, I did not read them, not at first. I saw Olga telling that story at the dinner table and my pride revolted. I put them away unopened and kept them concealed from others, from myself, and tried to forget them. I couldn't. They were you. I would take them out and look at them, slept with them under my pillow. At last I could stand it no longer. I took them and disappeared for a whole day from the rest of my party. I read them alone on the summit of a mountain." She broke off with a sigh. "Ah, me, if you had come to me there, you would not need to have pleaded, Philidor."
"My Hermia."
"You were with me that day. Did you know it?"
"I was with you every day, child." She smiled happily.
"When I got down to Evian at nightfall they were searching for me. They thought that I had fallen and been killed. They reproved me. I was calm and smiling, my spirit still soaring to you across the distances. I had made up my mind to go to you the next day."
"Oh, if you had."
"In the morning," she went on, "came your letter telling me that you were sailing for New York. It wasn't like the other letters. You were reproachful and you were going away from me. It chilled me a little after the day before." Olga's face interposed again. "And so I let you go. You see, I'm telling you everything."
"Go on, dear."
"I got no more of your letters for a time, for a long time."
"I wrote you."
"Yes, from New York. There was some mistake. I didn't get those letters until long after, until I reached New York, until after I had seen you. Meanwhile I feared that you had cooled, that Olga had done something to change you."
"Not that."
"I feared her. I knew then that she was capable of anything. I heard that she was again in New York and sensed that you might have seen her." "I did see her," he put in grimly. "I didn't know what had happened. I made up my mind to ignore her, to ignore you, to forget you, and to make you forget, if I could, what had happened."
"That was impossible."
"I knew it, but I tried. Oh, my dear, if you had known my pains at making you suffer. It was hard, but I did it. When you came to the house—"
"Don't speak of that," he muttered. "It was not Hermia that I saw."
"Not this Hermia. It was a girl that even I did not know. I had rehearsed that conversation, and I carried it through to the end."
"The end of all things, it seemed."
She drew more closely into the shelter of his arms and drew his lips down to hers. "Yes, but we shall make a new beginning. And then," she went on after a moment, "I saw Olga and cut her. I hadn't meant to, but I couldn't help it. The sight of her turned me to ice. And Pierre de Folligny—" She stopped again, her brows tangling. "That man, he remembered me. He presumed. He was odious. I had the butler show him the door. I wasn't very wise, I think. But I couldn't, Philidor. I simply couldn't temporize with a man of his caliber."
"D—n him," said Markham.
"He told, I think, or Olga did."
"It was de Folligny," he groaned. "But I couldn't do anything. That would have made things worse."
"Oh, yes. And then the play. That dreadful play. That was Olga's doing. I was there, Philidor, at Rood's Knoll. I saw it all, listened in terror to every word of the dreadful sacrilege. It was sacrilege to see my love and yours pictured, the dreadful thing that love was. I got out somehow. They were talking of me, lightly. I heard them, as they talked of other women who do not know right from wrong, as they would have talked of that dreadful Frenchwoman who was killed." She was sobbing gently on his shoulder, her slender body quivering and drawing closer. "Oh, I have paid in full for my fault." He soothed her, but she started back, holding him at arm's length, her eyes the more lovely through their tears. "But I regret nothing. I would suffer more if I might, to know what I know. I have learned the meaning of life, Philidor. I bless my pain for the new meaning it has given my joy. I bless your pain even, dear, for the new meaning it has given your unselfishness. You thought only of me, of my happiness, when I had paid you only misery."
"There shall be no more pain," he murmured. "There is no room for it. Joy shall crowd it out."
"Will you forgive me?" she asked.
"I'll try," he smiled. "Will you promise never to run away from me again?"
"Where should I run?" He meditated a moment and then said with a smile,
"To Trevelyan But she put her fingers over his lips before he could finish.
"Don't, Philidor. Wherever I went, I should not go to Trevi." She laughed. "He cast me off, you know."
"Cast you off?"
She nodded. "He heard that story at Rood's Knoll after I had gone. The next day he came to my house in town. I saw him. He wore a woe-begone expression and silently presented a clipping from a paper." She laughed again. "He looked like a virtuous undertaker presenting a bill long overdue for the interment of some lightly mourned relative. He asked me if the story were true. I said it was, and he went out of the house, casting not even one longing, lingering look behind."
"But it wasn't true."
"That's just the point. But he thought so. Would you have believed me that kind of a girl? You could have, you know, and didn't." She sighed happily and sank back into his arms. "I think I don't want people to be Too excellent, Philidor. Just human.
Were you," he hesitated a moment, "were you engaged to him, Hermia?"
She gazed at him wide-eyed. "Never," she asserted, and then repeated, "Never, never, never."
"But the newspapers."
"Oh, Philidor, how could I have been engaged to Trevi when I was already engaged to you?"
"Engaged?"
"Yes, promised. After the forest at Sais. I knew it then. I could never have loved anyone else. Why, Philidor, you held me like this and kissed me."
"You loved me then? And before?"
She hesitated demurely. "Yes, before."
"Before Alençon?"
"Yes."
"Before Verneuil?"
She smiled and nodded.
"Here at Vallecy?"
"Before that."
"You adorable child! Passy?"
"Yes." He was now really astounded. What she added astounded him still more. "I think it began before 'Wake Robin.'"
"Thimble Island?"
She stammered. I think it really began in your studio."
"In New York?"
"You interested me. And you snubbed me so completely. You were so impolite, John Markham. I was curious about you. You were like no man I had ever met. You told me the truth. I didn't like it, but I respected you for telling it. When I went away I remember wanting to see you again. At Thimble Island."
"Yes?"
She hid her face in his breast and the words came slowly. "My visit to Thimble Island. I knew you were there. My motor didn't miss fire, Philidor." He raised her head and made her look at him. Even in the wan light her face was rosy with her confession, but she laughed joyously. "I wanted to snub you for being so rude to me. Alas, I ended by scrubbing your floor."
"Diana of the Tubs, how you scrubbed!"
"I liked it. You were very nice at Thimble Island, Philidor." She paused a moment. "Then Olga came and the others. She quite owned you then, didn't she?"
"No," he replied slowly.
"I don't think I really liked Olga's face powder on your coat, dear." He was silent. "I knew you didn't love her. You couldn't. She wasn't your sort."
More silence.
"You didn't care for her, did you?" jerkily. He looked down into her eyes tenderly but made no reply. She sighed but asked no more questions. And when he knew that she understood the meaning of his silence, he took her head between his hands and made her look at him.
"Isn't it enough for me to say to you that I love you better than all the world, dear? That I am yours wholly and indivisibly, my past, my future?"
"Oh, I am content," she whispered quickly. "Your past shall be what you have made it. I'm not afraid. But your future." She caught one of his hands in both of her own and held it to her heart. "That is mine." There was a silence rich with meaning. The stream, the whispering boughs, the rising breeze in the treetops joined in the soft chorus of their nuptial song. The night fell, shrouded in mystery. Behind them, over their shoulders, a new moon rose, a harbinger of good fortune. But they did not turn to look at it. It could not foretell them a fortune that was already theirs. Its light flowed through the shadows, paling the silhouette of the leaves against the afterglow, bathing them both in liquid silver. He told her many of the things that she already knew, but each reiteration had a new meaning and a new delight. The same immortal questions and answers, ever new, ever mystifying. The touch of hands, of eyes, the physical contact, outward tokens of the spiritual pact made already, the welding of the bonds which were to make them one. The moments of their more intimate confessions past, he told her of the friendship of Mrs. Hammond
and what she had done to set the story right. But she did not seem to hear him. Her gaze was upon the pale rim of light along the hilltop beyond, a gaze which looked and saw nothing beyond the rosy aura of her thoughts. "What does it matter now?" she murmured. "What does anything matter after this?" "You will marry me soon?" he urged her. She sighed softly and laid her hand in his. "Whenever you want me to," she said with eloquent simplicity. "Tomorrow?" She smiled mischievously. "I must, I think, Philidor. Would you have me compromised?" He laughed happily. "Yes, compromised by reverence, pilloried by tenderness." "Not reverence, Philidor. I'm only a little devil after all." "Then devils are angels in Vagabondia. Your wings are white, Hermia." "They're trailing now." "Brave wings, fluttering, weary of flight." "They shall fly no more. Not alone. Broader ones shall bear them company." A pause. "After tomorrow, shall we go?" "Afoot, Philidor, as before."
"And then?"
"Poor Clarissa." He laughed.
"You shall have her."
She started up in delight. "You mean that you
"Clarissa is languishing in a stable in Paris."
She spoke of Cleofonte and the Signora. "We must find them too, Philidor. And Stella. I promised her. We must do something for Stella." It was growing late. There was a sound in the thicket behind them. They started up and were confronted by the ancien, who hobbled toward them with his stick and lantern, like Diogenes searching for an honest man.
"God be praised," he croaked. "You are here. We feared you might have fallen among the rocks."
"Among the roses, Pere Guegou. Thy roses," said Yvonne, her hand in Philidor's. The old man stared at them witlessly, then turned and lighted them upon their way. End of chapter 29. The End of Madcap by George Gibbs.